Chapter 39-37. In the blink of an eye, two of the three burly men left, leaving only Bai Qi standing there alone. Yang Kai was confused. Just now, when he saw the three of them talking to each other with their divine senses, and from time to time, they would shoot him cold glances. He was really a little scared. No matter what, a big man like him had run into a woman's bed and slept with her in his arms for a long time. Even if he hadn't done anything, it was still somewhat improper. He had already prepared how to explain himself if Bai Qi and the others questioned him, but who would have thought that there would be no follow-up? Bai Qi turned to look at him and nodded. It seems like it's a misunderstanding. We've wronged you. Yang Kai also nodded. So it's a misunderstanding. Yes. Bai Qi smiled and said, but why did you go to the lady boss's room to comfort her at this time? Every time this happens, we hide as far away as possible. Not to mention comforting her, we don't even dare to go near the lady boss's room. Speaking of which, it's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. Hey, what are you doing? As he was talking, he suddenly found that Yang Kai had opened the restriction of the room. Then, he stood up and punched his left palm with his right fist. He approached him step by step with a ferocious smile on his face. Bai Qi squeezed out an innocent smile. Yang Kai, this is a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. As a cultivator, we have to walk on the road and look forward. Don't hit my face. He squatted on the ground and protected his head. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Just because of a misunderstanding, you brought two burly men here in such an aggressive manner. Do you know how sharp Chef's kitchen knife is? If I hadn't shouted in time, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by him. I made you misunderstand. After a series of punches and kicks, she also vented her anger at the lady boss. After a long while, Bai Qi stood up angrily and shouted, Enough! If you hit me again, I won't be polite. Don't think that I can't beat you. I'm just letting you go. I'm too lazy to fight with you. Yang Kai kicked him to the ground. You're really something. You hit me so hard. After a while, Bai Qi sat on the chair with a bruised face. He gently rubbed his wounds and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. This is nothing. When the lady boss hits me, it's called ruthless. You deserve it. Bai Qi sneered and pulled his wounds. He could not help but cry. Does it hurt? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Bai Qi said angrily, Of course. Kai Yang was in a good mood, so he chuckled a couple of times. His expression became serious, and he whispered, I want to ask you something. What? Bai Qi replied unhappily. Kai Yang sorted out his words and muttered, Do I look like someone? Someone very close to the lady boss. Bai Qi's hands paused slightly, and he said unintentionally, Who? Yang Kai frowned and said, I don't know. Thinking back to the encounter in the lady boss's room, he was very concerned about a few words of the lady boss. At that time, the lady boss probably mistook him for someone else. Otherwise, why would she say something like, Just come back and don't leave? This was obviously something she said to an acquaintance she had not seen for a long time. You don't know? Then why are you asking this? Bai Qi turned his head and looked at him. Kai Yang didn't know how to explain it, so he could only vaguely say, Anyway, yesterday the lady boss gave me the feeling that she thought I was someone else. Oh right, is the lady boss married? He thought to himself that this crazy woman shouldn't be thinking of him as her husband, right? No, there are many suitors, but the lady boss doesn't like any of them. I've never seen her have any emotional entanglements with anyone. Bai Qi shook his head and deliberately changed the topic. What did the lady boss do? Why do you have such thoughts? Nothing much. First, she beat me up, then forced me to drink 2 jars of wine. I don't know what happened after that. She didn't say anything. She said don't leave when you come back. She was probably drunk and talking nonsense. Yang Kai nodded. This was the only explanation. The two of them were silent for a moment. Bai Qi said, You didn't think of leaving? Leave what? Yang Kai turned his head in surprise. Bai Qi said, Didn't I ask you to go to the 9th netherworld to pick the snowy skyline? Why didn't you think of leaving at that time? No one was with you at that time. Where should I go? Yang Kai sneered. The first is so powerful. Unless I don't show up in front of people in the future, I will definitely be exposed. When that time comes, I will be caught by you. What good will that do? Suddenly, he came to a realization and looked at Bai Qi with a frown. You asked me to go to the 9th netherworld alone. So it was just a test? Not really. You are now a member of the First Inn. It is natural for you to do something for the lady boss. Bai Qi chuckled. Just as they were talking, the door was pushed open. Chef walked in with a food basket and put it on the table. I made some hangover soup. Wait for the lady boss to wake up and send it to her. Yang Kai blinked a few times before finally responding, Me? Chef glanced at him. Who else can it be? Yang Kai said guiltily, I won't go. Chef, you can send it over yourself. Chef said, the lady boss said before that you will be in charge of her 3 meals a day. I don't dare to disobey the lady boss. Old Bai. Yang Kai turned to look at Bai Qi with a pleading expression. Bai Qi stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Good luck, I can't help you. After saying that, he didn't care about Yang Kai anymore and left with Chef, leaving behind a person looking at the food box on the table, at a loss of what to do. He didn't know when the lady boss would wake up, but it should be soon. After all, his cultivation was so much lower than hers. He had already been awake for more than half a day. How long could the lady boss, a 6th grade Kai Tian, be drunk? He didn't have to wait for too long. 2 hours later, the bell hanging in the room suddenly rang. Speaking of this bell, Yang Kai was irritated. Ever since the lady boss ordered him to be in charge of 3 meals a day and washing chores, Bai Qi made a bell in his room. Once the bell rang, it meant that the lady boss was calling for something. He couldn't ignore it, but the bell kept ringing. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, got up and grabbed the food box. With a few steps, he came to the deck. He jumped to the front of the room on the top floor and raised his hand to knock on the door. Lady boss. The lady boss's languid voice came from inside the room. Yang Kai could almost imagine what she looked like now. I'm coming in. After saying that, Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. He went straight into the inner room and looked up. He found that it was as he thought. The lady boss was sitting at the table, one hand supporting her forehead and the other gently rubbing her temples. The mess in the room was still the same as when he left. The floor was full of wine bottles and fruit pits, and the bed was also very messy. Looking at the graceful figure sitting there and thinking about how he hugged her and slept for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't believe it. It was simply luck to be able to survive. He didn't know if the lady boss remembered what happened before, and if she would find trouble with him. Feeling uneasy, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and opened the food box. He took out a bowl of thick soup and placed it in front of the lady boss. Lady boss, the chef made a bowl of hangover soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. The lady boss responded weakly, closing her eyes. He didn't know what she was thinking. After a long time, she brought the bowl of hangover soup in front of her. She picked up the spoon, gently blew on it, and drank it spoonful by spoonful. The way the lady boss drank the soup was very elegant. Even though she was drunk, she didn't lose her manners. Instead, there was a different kind of seductive feeling. Rub it. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, the lady boss suddenly said, N? Yang Kai was on tenterhooks when he suddenly heard her say this. He didn't react. My head hurts. Rub it. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped on her forehead. Yang Kai was speechless. He slowly walked behind her and reached out his hand to press on her temples, gently rubbing them. Why are you so obedient today? The lady boss said while drinking the soup. Yang Kai also felt that he was a bit too guilty. The main thing was that he didn't know if she remembered what happened last night. Hearing this, he said, Seeing how drunk you are, I was too lazy to talk to you. You are a woman. Is it appropriate to drink like this? He swallowed his saliva and probed. What if someone took advantage of your drunken stupor to do something to you? I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the strength to resist. I'm afraid that person doesn't want to live anymore. The lady boss said lightly. Her tone was calm, but it was full of dominance. I'm just saying what if. In this world, there are always people who are bold and lustful. I think you're quite honest. Yang Kai's hand froze and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He swallowed his saliva and said, "You remember?" "If you remember, why wouldn't I?" The lady boss lowered her head and drank the soup. "But I don't remember much." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake. It was better to be silent. He silently rubbed the lady boss's temples. "What happened last night? Don't tell anyone." The lady boss suddenly reminded him again. Yang Kai thought to himself, "I already said it. It was Lao Bai and the others who forced me. I really had no choice," but he didn't dare to admit it. He nodded repeatedly. "I won't say it. I won't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it." Not long after, the bowl of hangover soup was finished. The lady boss said, "Clean up. Go get some hot water. I want to take a bath." Yang Kai didn't say a word and started to get busy. He quickly cleaned up the room and walked out with the food box. After a while, he came back with hot water and poured it into the lady boss's bathtub. He suddenly realized that after what happened last night, he couldn't confidently challenge the lady boss. He always felt very guilty. He was completely ordered around like a servant, so he didn't have any temper. He stood outside the room and waited. From inside came the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Soon, there was the sound of water splashing. Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. He didn't think too much. His gaze passed through the endless void, his mind wandering. When the lady boss finished bathing, he helped her throw away the water. He didn't need to do anything to change her clothes. The lady boss wouldn't let him do it either. The Firston's maidservants would do it. When the lady boss came out again, she was radiant. Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. He felt that the person in front of him was completely different from the person who drank too much yesterday. Chapter 39-38. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the lady boss leisurely walked to the side of the ship. She gazed at the colorful and endless void and was lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai didn't disturb her. He turned around and went into the room. He took out the bathwater and poured it out. Then he came to the lady boss and said, "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go down first." The lady boss said without turning her head, "This vast universe is quite beautiful." Yang Kai looked up and thought, the scenery is the same everywhere. What's the difference between beautiful and not beautiful? He didn't dare to casually reply and just stood there in a daze. After standing there for a long time, the lady boss waved her hand gently and said, "Go back to your work." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned around to leave. The rest of the trip didn't have many twists and turns. The only difference was that after that incident, the lady boss seemed to have changed a little. She was no longer alone in the room. Instead, she often came to the cabin and pulled Lao Bai, the accountant, and the cook to play drinking games. Usually, Yang Kai couldn't escape from this kind of situation. Old Bai and the others were obviously familiar with this matter, but Yang Kai had never experienced it before. At first, he had been drunk by these bastards a few times, but as time passed, he gradually became more familiar with the situation and didn't fall behind. It could be said that he saw another side of the lady boss. A six-stage Kai Tian could actually get along well with people from the Emperor realm. She was very approachable. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in the side room when the door was pushed open again. Lao Bai barged in. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He didn't know how many times he had told him to knock before entering, but this guy just couldn't remember. Yang Kai suspected that he was doing it on purpose. "I won't drink. I won't drink. Don't call me today." Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. It wasn't a big deal to drink in a crowd. After all, as long as it wasn't the lady boss's wine, he wouldn't get drunk. The main thing was that the frequency was too high, and he was a little sick of it. "It's not drinking. I'll take you somewhere." Bai Chi chuckled. "Where?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "It's a good place. Follow me and you'll know." Bai Chi waved at him. Yang Kai frowned. This guy's mysterious appearance really made people curious. Since he had nothing to do, he followed him out. Arriving on the deck, Bai Chi turned her head and shouted at the room on the top floor, "Lady boss, open the door." The lady boss didn't respond, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the light curtain that enveloped the ship. Clearly, It was under the lady boss's control. Let's go. Bai Qi pulled Yang Kai's arm and soared into the sky. After the two of them left, the crack quickly closed up. Where are we going? Yang Kai turned his head and asked as he flew side by side with White Seven. Over there. Bai Qi pointed in a direction. Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. That was because in the endless void, there was a castle-like building. This castle didn't look very eye-catching from a distance, but it was obviously not small and had a metallic luster to it. What's that place? Yang Kai asked excitedly. Hee, you'll know when we get there. Bai Qi pretended to be mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, this guy shouldn't harm him. After flying for an hour or so, Kaiyang finally arrived in front of the castle. While still in the distance, Kaiyang saw that there were many people going in and out of the castle, making it seem very lively. Moreover, next to the castle's main entrance, there was a huge stone with two big words engraved on it. One for heaven, one for earth. The two words were written in a sharp and flamboyant style. It was obvious that they were written by a great master. Heavenly Palace? Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Bai Qi had told him before and immediately had a guess. Bai Qi grinned. Smart. That's right. This is the Heavenly Palace. Then we're here for, Bai Qi said. The lady boss told me to bring you here to leave your brand, so that it will be convenient for you to come here in the future. Although you yourself are proficient in the spatial laws and can teleport, the Chinkuan escape method is the most practical in this void. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Then I'll have to thank the lady boss properly. Previously, when he heard Bai Qi mention the Chinkuan escape method and the Chinkuan escape seal in the inn, Yang Kai was extremely curious. He had originally thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely go and experience it, but he did not know where the Heavenly Palace were located, so he did not expect to see it so quickly. While they were talking, the two of them had already landed in front of the Heavenly Palace. Although the Heavenly Palace had the word palace, it was much larger than any of the other palaces. Furthermore, there was only a cultivator coming out from inside, but not a single one of them came in from outside like him and Bai Qi. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those cultivators could come to the Heavenly Palace by using the Chinkuan escape method, so they naturally did not need to rush over. He was like this because he had never left his brand in the Heavenly Palace, so it should be the same for other people who came here for the first time. In front of the main entrance, two guards in bright golden armor stood on the left and right, looking majestic. One of them held a spear, while the other had a sword. Bai Qi secretly sent a sound transmission. The Heavenly Palace was jointly created by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands, so the people guarding the Heavenly Palace are all people from these peak forces. All of them have their eyes on the top of their heads. Don't say anything later. I'll handle it. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. He quietly glanced at the two gatekeepers and found that they were both Heaven Opening Realm cultivators. He was secretly dumbfounded. If even the gatekeepers were at the Heaven Opening Realm, then what kind of master was in charge of this place? Yang Kai estimated that they were at least on the same level as the lady boss. No wonder no one dared to act presumptuously here. Who would have the guts to do so if they were not strong enough? Even if they were strong enough, they would not dare to provoke the blessed enclave. Otherwise, it would not be fun to be hunted down by them. What are you doing? The Heaven Opening Realm guard on the left looked at Bai Qi and Yang Kai and shouted. Bai Qi chuckled and cupped his fists. Master, my brother wants to brand himself, so I hope Master can make things convenient. The man turned his head and sized up Yang Kai, not showing much expression. He had probably seen many people like Yang Kai before, so he said indifferently, You know the rules, right? Bai Qi nodded repeatedly. I know. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. The man received it and casually tossed it aside. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he nodded and said, Come with me. Saying so, he led the way. Bai Qi called out to Yang Kai, and the two quickly followed. Following closely behind the golden-armored cultivator, Yang Kai asked in confusion, Why do we have to give benefits to leave our brand here? Bai Qi glared at him. Don't speak nonsense. Seeing that the Heaven Opening Realm guard did not have much of a reaction, he quietly said, Why do you think those paradises created this heaven and earth palace? Is it just to make things convenient for others? If you want to leave your brand here, you have to pay a fee. How much? 100,000. Yang Kai was startled. That expensive? 100,000 heaven-opening pills. A set of third-grade materials only cost 150,000. This kind of wealth was a huge sum for many people, and at the level of the Emperor realm, very few people could afford it. Even for some ordinary low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, 100,000 was not a small sum. Suddenly thinking of a problem, he frowned and asked, "You said before that in this universe, there are heaven and earth palaces in every large territory, with some having 3 to 5 at most and some having 1 or 2 at least. Does every heaven and earth palace require this kind of fee?" Of course. However, the price is clear. 100,000 for a brand is the same. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was the case, then a cultivator would have to spend a huge sum on a heaven and earth palace alone. However, in consideration of one's own safety, this kind of expense was unavoidable. After all, when comparing worldly wealth with one's own life, it was clear which was more important. Just think about it. If one was chased to the point of no return and could use the heaven and earth escape technique to escape to a heaven and earth palace, how fortunate would that be? Those who could not bear to spend this kind of money could only be chased to death. This is really a huge source of income. Yang Kai sighed. Even if a cultivator left a brand in 10 different heaven and earth palace in his life, the cost would still be 1 million heaven-opening pills. In these 3,000 worlds, there were as many cultivators as there were carps crossing the river, so who wouldn't leave a way out for themselves? Moreover, rich people would definitely leave a brand in more than 10 heaven and earth palace, so the cost would only be even more terrifying. With the heaven and earth palace here, it was simply a path to wealth for those paradises. As long as the heaven and earth palace was not destroyed, there would be an endless stream of heaven-opening pills flowing into their pockets, and it would be effortless. Hee, that's why they need to work together. No one can monopolize such a big piece of fat meat. Bai Qi chuckled. As they chatted and walked, Yang Kai discovered that there were actually many shops in the heaven and earth palace, and many of them were quite lively. Many people were in a hurry, and this was just like a city. Although it was not as prosperous and noisy as a real big city, it was still not bad to have such a scene in the void. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those who used the universe escape technique to come here would definitely need to rest here. Maybe some of them were being chased and forced to come here, so how could they not have a good rest? That was why so many people were gathered here. If there were people, there would naturally be transactions, but the heaven and earth palace did not allow any form of private fighting. So although there were many cultivators here, the security was quite good. The golden-armored cultivator led the way in front, while Bai Qi and Yang Kai followed behind him and conversed. At the same time, they brought Yang Kai to observe the situation around him. Not long after, they arrived in front of a secret room. The golden-armored cultivator stopped and turned around. "Go in." After entering the array, "Leave your brand and you can come out." Bai Qi patted his shoulder and said, "It's always a little uncomfortable for the first time, but I'm too worried. I'll wait for you outside." Yang Kai nodded. The golden-armored cultivator took out a token and opened the restrictions of the secret room. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 39:39. After entering the room, the secret room closed. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Looking up, he saw that on the floor of the secret room, lines of patterns lit up, gradually outlining a complicated and huge formation. Yang Kai understood and walked towards the center of the formation. Just as he stood still, a buzzing sound came from his surroundings, as if the formation was operating. A faint suction force came from the formation. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly formed a seal with both hands. He calmed his qi and focused his mind. He could clearly feel that his qi was being attracted by the formation. He knew that the formation was recording some of his unique information. The buzzing continued as the formation rotated. After a long time, the buzzing sound gradually subsided and the light of the formation gradually weakened. In the end, the secret room returned to darkness. Yang Kai carefully sensed it and discovered that he seemed to have a faint connection with a certain place in the heavenly palace. However, he did not know how to use this connection for the time being. After all, he had never cultivated the heaven and earth escape technique. However, judging from the current situation, the brand should be completed. He was actually quite curious about what the heaven and earth escape seal was. He originally thought that he would be able to take a good look at it this time, but who knew that he wouldn't be able to see it at all? Even if he couldn't see it, there was nothing he could do. Kai walked around the room a few more times and didn't find anything special. Only then did he push the door open and leave. Outside the door, Chi said, "How is it?" "It's done." Kai guessed that it had something to do with his proficiency in the laws of space. Those who did not know the laws of space would probably feel uncomfortable when they came here for the first time. "That's good." Chi heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and cupped his fists towards the golden armored warrior. "Thank you, master." That person nodded indifferently. No form of fighting is allowed in the heavenly palace. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Take care. With that, he sealed the secret room and turned to leave. He was mainly responsible for bringing Kai here to leave the brand. He didn't need to care about the rest. When Kai and Chi wanted to leave, that was their own business. The heavenly palace would not interfere. "Come, accompany me to buy some things," Chi said. She pulled Kai's arm and walked in a certain direction. Seeing that he was familiar with the place, it was obvious that it was not his first time here. The things that Chi wanted to buy were very messy. Obviously, they were needed by the inn. Kai followed behind him and looked around casually. Leave behind your brand and cultivate the tranquil escape technique. In the future, you can come to this place as you wish. Of course, the premise is that you are in this large territory. However, you must remember that you must be in a safe range. Once the tranquil escape technique is used, you will directly escape to this place. If the distance is too far, with your current cultivation, you will not be able to withstand it. At that time, there will be the risk of your body being crushed. Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. There's one more thing you have to remember. When you use the tranquil escape technique, there will be a certain amount of time delay. It doesn't mean that you can escape immediately. You have to grasp this time well. If you are chased in the future, don't use the tranquil escape technique in front of others. Otherwise, they will kill you before you can escape. You must use this technique from a safe distance. Kai said, "How long is this time?" He had to ask clearly. Chi glanced at him. With your current cultivation, it should be about 5 or 6 breaths. Of course, the higher your cultivation, the shorter this time. But no matter how short it is, there will still be a delay. "Then who should I learn the tranquil escape technique from?" Kai asked. "I'll teach you later." Chi grinned. "But there will be a fee." Kai covered his space ring and said vigilantly, "I have no money." He still owed the lady boss 10 million, and he didn't know when he would be able to pay it back. Chi said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. You even got the Golden Crow corpse in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Didn't you get some Sun's True Fire or Sun's True Gold?" As he said this, he winked at him. "No," Kai said decisively. "Don't be so stingy. I'm not picky. Just give me some Sun's True Fire or whatever. Forget it. I'll ask the lady boss to teach me the tranquil escape technique later. I won't trouble you." Chi was speechless. An hour later, the two flew out of the tranquil palace and returned the way they came. The first-in ship hadn't gone far and was still waiting there. When they returned to the ship, the lady boss talked to the two of them and asked about the situation. After learning that everything went smoothly, she didn't say much. She just nodded and waved her hand to let the two of them leave. However, before she left, she flicked a jade slip to Kai. "Since you've left your brand, you have to cultivate the tranquil escape technique. You're proficient in the law of space, so the tranquil escape technique shouldn't be too difficult for you. Go and cultivate it." Kai thanked her and left with Chi. After closing the door, Kai waved the jade slip in his hand to Chi with a smug expression. Chi's expression was one of boredom. Over the next 10 days, Kai cultivated the tranquil escape technique in his room. Just as the lady boss said, this secret technique wasn't difficult for him to learn. After all, he had the foundation of the space divine technique. Strictly speaking, The Chinkuan escape technique was also a kind of space divine technique. However, it required the help of the Chinkuan escape seal to display it. Moreover, even if one wasn't proficient in the law of space, they could still display it. This was the greatest charm of the Chinkuan escape technique. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to master it without a year or so. However, Yang Kai had already mastered it in 10 days. If it weren't for the inconvenience, he even wanted to try the magic of the Chinkuan escape technique. However, although he didn't have the opportunity to try it, when he activated the Chinkuan escape technique, Yang Kai could clearly feel that he had a close connection with the Chinkuan temple. However, unless it was a critical moment, Yang Kai would break it, lest he really had to escape to the Chinkuan temple. The ship continued to sail. Yang Kai didn't know where the destination was. About a month after setting out from the old site of the first inn, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came and the entire ship shook violently. Yang Kai was startled and rushed to the deck. He saw that Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant were already there. The lady boss stood at the bow of the ship with a solemn expression. She was forming a seal with one hand, and her strength was surging. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Bai Qi said, "We're going through the territory gate. Don't be nervous." Only then did Yang Kai notice that the ship had come to a territory gate at some point and was slowly sailing through it. He had passed through the territory gate several times before, but those times were under the protection of Ah Sun's white jade fox. Except for the last time when the white jade fox's strength was exhausted, the other times were extremely smooth. He never thought that the ship would cause such a big commotion when passing through the territory gate, making him think that there was a strong enemy invading. "We're going to another large territory?" Yang Kai was surprised. "It seems so." Bai Qi nodded. Hearing this, he also didn't know where the destination of this trip was. The ship was huge, so the pressure they had to bear when passing through the territory gate increased. Fortunately, the lady boss's 6th-stage, heaven-opening cultivation base was here, so the several people present were not nervous. Not long after, the entire ship entered the territory entrance. With the protection of the light screen, they didn't feel much. When they turned their heads to look around, they found that the scenery around the ship was warped and distorted. It was strange and bizarre. In just an instant, the ship shook and then stabilized. Everything around it returned to normal. Obviously, they had jumped out of the territory gate and entered another large territory. The lady boss seemed to be a little tired after being busy, so she turned and went into the side room to rest. Yang Kai was dragged by Bai Qi to drink and play with the cook and the others. A few days later, Bai Qi left the ship with Yang Kai and went to another heavenly palace. With the experience of the first time, the second time was even easier. Soon, they left their brand in the heavenly palace. Along the way, Bai Qi would take Yang Kai to the nearby heavenly palace every once in a while. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. On the way back, he said, "Old Bai, did I delay your trip?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked over. He chuckled. "Did you just realize?" Yang Kai was speechless. "If it weren't for me, you should be able to use the heavenly escape technique and travel from one heavenly palace to another. There's no need to take the ship like this." "Yes, but you're also a member of the First Inn now. Since you're a member of the First Inn, we can't just leave you behind." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Is it the lady boss's idea?" Bai Qi nodded. "Of course. The lady boss is actually quite nice." Yang Kai scratched his chin. "Just the cost of the heavenly palace alone is 800,000. Bai Qi looked at him and blinked. "Do you think the lady boss gave you the money to spend?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Isn't it?" Bai Qi grinned. "The lady boss said to put it on your account. When you have money in the future, you can slowly pay her back." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. "This is my own money? What else can it be?" Bai Qi winked at him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought the lady boss paid for the heaven-opening pills for him, but it turned out to be the truth. His face twitched involuntarily. Seeing this, Bai Qi said, "If you feel bad about it, next time we pass by the heavenly palace, we won't go there." "I'll go." "Why won't I go?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He had to go to the heavenly palace. Maybe it would become a life-saving retreat. Even if he didn't use it to save his life, it would be good for him to travel. After all, he had so many debts that he didn't have to worry about. It was just 100,000 at a time. Compared with the 10 million that he owed, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Half a year passed in a flash. After passing through 4 large territory, the ship finally arrived at its destination. Hearing the news, Bai Qi excitedly pulled Yang Kai to the deck and pointed at the spiritual state in the distance. "Kid, do you know where that is?" Yang Kai said, "How would I know?" Outside of this world, he was still in a state of groping and unfamiliarity. How could he know where this place was? Looking sideways, not far away, he saw the lady boss standing by the side of the ship. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind, and she had a smile on her face. It seemed that the boring voyage of the past 6 months had made her feel a little bored. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination, her mood naturally changed. Chapter 3940. Yang Kai walked over, stood not far from the lady boss and asked, "Is that our destination?" The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear and nodded, "Yes, that's our destination." "What is that place?" After flying for more than half a year and passing through several large territory, Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. "That's the star market of this territory." Bai Qi came over excitedly. "Boy, do you know what a star market is?" He thought Yang Kai had never heard of it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "That's a star market?" He couldn't help but look over there, but it was too far away and he couldn't see what was going on there. Moreover, the entire spirit state seemed to be covered by a large array, so looking from a distance, it was hazy. Zhang Ruo, she had said that if he wanted to inquire about the world tree, the best place to start was Star City, because this place was a gathering place for people from all walks of life. The more people there were, the more information there would be, and the more good things there would be. Perhaps he would be able to find the world tree. Unfortunately, as soon as Yang Kai entered the 3,000 worlds, he was introduced to the 7 possibilities land as a handyman. After that, he wandered for a while, and then came to the first inn. He didn't have the time to look for a star market, let alone know where to find one. He didn't expect that the lady boss's destination this time was actually the star market. What a coincidence. "You know about it?" Bai Qi was stunned. "I've heard of it." Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at the lady boss. "Are we going to stay there in the future?" The lady boss's first inn was destroyed in the battle, so she definitely had to find another place to stay. After spending half a year here, she naturally wouldn't just buy some things. It was very likely that she would stay there. For now. The lady boss nodded and noticed Yang Kai's excitement. She turned her head and smiled. "Are you interested in the star market?" Yang Kai said, "I've never seen it before, so I'm a little curious." The lady boss smiled. "It's nothing special. The world you came from must have places like markets. The so-called star market is just a little more advanced than those markets, and the things are more expensive." Yang Kai nodded and looked over, wondering if he should ask the lady boss about the world tree. After all, the first inn was in charge of intelligence gathering. If there was really a world tree, the lady boss would have heard of it. But after thinking about it, he decided to ask first when he got there. Bai Qi, the cook and the 3 bookkeepers were already gathered in a corner of the deck. They were whispering something. "Come." Behind him, a silver-armored young general stepped out and shouted, "Who are you? Where is the document?" The lady boss gestured to Bai Qi, and Bai Qi immediately ran over and handed a jade slip to the silver-armored young general. The young general took it and scanned it with his divine sense, revealing a trace of surprise. He then handed the jade slip to the golden-armored general. After reading it, the latter nodded slightly and said, "So it's Madame Lawn from the first inn. I didn't recognize you immediately. Please don't blame me, madam." The lady boss smiled sweetly. "The general is at the Wushou Star Market. You are busy with military affairs, so it's natural that you didn't recognize her." While they were talking, Bai Qi smiled and handed a dimensional ring to the silver-armored young general. The lady boss said at the right time, "Brothers, you've worked hard. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it as a treat." The young general held the dimensional ring and didn't know what to do with it. He looked at the golden-armored general. The latter smiled and said, "Since it's from Madame Lawn, take it." The young general accepted the dimensional ring with peace of mind. He turned around and cupped his hands at the lady boss. The golden-armored general said, "It's just a routine matter. Please don't take it to heart, madam." He raised his hand and returned the jade scroll to Bai Qi. He led the group of people down the ship and waved his hand. "Let them pass." The restriction formation of the ferry slowly opened. The lady boss thanked him and steered the ship into the spirit state. On the ship, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. It wasn't hard to see that the lady boss had a wide network of connections. She didn't necessarily know the golden-armored general, but as soon as the document came out, he immediately recognized her as Madame Lawn of the First Inn, which showed that she had a great reputation outside of this universe. It was no wonder. A six-stage sky splitter was not weak. Moreover, she was such a charming beauty. It was easy for her to attract the attention of others. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai a little curious. He moved closer to Bai Qi and asked quietly, "Why is there a large number of soldiers on the periphery of the Star Market? Is the Star Market not safe? Or is someone coming to attack Star City?" White Seven said, "No one dares to do that. The Star City here is the foundation of the Great War Heavens. The golden-armored general and the silver-armored general you saw just now are both from the Great War Heavens. They guard the ferry, firstly to make it easier to control the Star City, and secondly to guard against void beasts. Have you seen any void beasts before? Does the 1,000-jointed insect count?" Yang Kai's only encounter with a void beast was the 1,000-jointed insect. As a result, he and Zhang Ruoshi were separated. He still didn't know where Ruoshi was. However, Ruoshi had awakened some of her ancestors' memories and knew more about the outside world than he did, so he didn't have to worry too much. If he guessed correctly, Ruoshi should have gone directly to Lenya Blessed Land. After all, it was the place where her ancestor was born. You can say that. However, the 10,000-jointed worms aren't that dangerous. Some void beasts like noisy places the most. Moreover, they are very powerful. If these fellows were to rush into the Star City, they would definitely cause a lot of damage. With them guarding the ferry, under normal circumstances, no void beasts would dare to cause trouble. Yang Kai understood and asked again, "The Great War Heaven you mentioned just now, could it be the Great War Cave Heaven, one of the 36 heavenly caves?" He vaguely saw it in the jade slip given to him by the Great Moon State's disciple, Meng Hong. Yes, and the heavenly temple you went to for the first time, the two gatekeepers were also from the Great War Heavens. The people of this place are very easy to recognize. They are like an army and do everything according to military rules. The internal hierarchy is also divided according to military ranks. They are very rigid. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder that guy just called himself a general. Bai Qi chuckled and said, "A general is a middle-grade heaven splitter. That guy just now should be a great general with the strength of a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Below him are 4th-grade generals, and above them are 6th-grade generals. Above them are marshals and grand marshals." Interesting. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and then changed the topic. "Speaking of which, what kind of force is the First Inn?" Although he had joined the First Inn for half a year, he still didn't know which big tree was behind the First Inn, although he was sure that it was definitely one of those Paradise Grotto heavens. "You should ask the lady boss." Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai glanced at him and wanted to tear his mouth off. While the two were talking, the ship had entered the spirit state where the Star Market was located. After passing through the clouds, the rich heaven and earth spiritual chi rushed toward them. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. After drifting in the void for so long, he finally arrived at a place like this and felt like he had taken root. The spirit state wasn't very big. Looking down from the sky, one could see the end of it at a glance. It was almost the size of several large cities. However, the entire spirit state was almost filled with all kinds of buildings. The clean and spacious streets crisscrossed like lines on a chessboard. Below them, the lights were waning, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. On the ground, people were walking shoulder to shoulder. In the sky, there were people flying here and there from time to time. There were also many flying secret treasures of different shapes shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was thoughtful. It seemed that this place didn't prohibit flying. This was very humane. Some places were set up with restrictions, and it was impossible to fly within the restrictions. It would take a lot of time to travel. The ship kept moving forward. After about 5 minutes, the lady boss's voice sounded, "Get off the ship." Hearing this, the people standing on the deck all flew out. The lady boss's hands changed seals, and the power on her body fluctuated. She made several seals, and the huge ship immediately shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into something the size of a palm and was put away by the lady boss. "Let's go." After calling out, the lady boss directly descended, and the people of the first inn followed closely behind her. There weren't many people in the first inn, but there were still about a dozen of them, except for White Seven, the accountant, and the cook, who Yang Kai was familiar with. The rest were all people who did odd jobs. After all, it didn't take too many people to maintain the operation of an inn. A dozen or so people were enough. Soon, the group landed in front of a shop. The shop didn't have a signboard, and it was in a good location. It was at the intersection of several streets, and there was a lot of traffic. The lady boss looked around and nodded slightly. Then, she lifted her long dress and stepped in. The group followed closely behind her. Immediately, an elderly man came in and cupped his hands. "Yuan Rueda greets the master." This elderly man was in the heaven-opening realm, but his level wasn't too high. Therefore, despite his age, he was still very respectful to the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly. Yuan Rueda said, "Master, you must be tired from the journey. Do you want to rest first?" The lady boss waved her hand and said, "No need. Let's do our work first." "Yes, master, please take a seat." Yuan Rueda gestured with his hand. After Madame Lan took a seat, Yuan Rueda took out a jade slip and handed it to Madame Lan, saying, "This is the deed for the shops here. They've all been handed over." The lady boss took it and glanced over it, then put it away. Yuan Rueda took out another jade slip and said, "This is the location of the businesses under those forces, as well as the names of the shops and the distribution of the experts inside." He took out another jade slip and said, "This is all the information about the shopkeepers and workers in those shops." Chapter 39:41. The lady boss carefully checked the information in the two jade slips behind her and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Rueda said, "It's my duty." The lady boss played with the jade slip and asked, "Where's the original owner of this shop? He didn't let anyone suffer any grievances, right?" Yuan Rueda smiled and said, "I bought his shop at a price of 20% above the market price. That money was enough for him to buy another shop in another place. He couldn't be happier, so how could he be wronged?" "That's good." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Rueda bowed and said, "Master, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll take my leave first and go back to report." "Do you want to rest for a night before leaving? I appreciate Master's kindness, but I've already rested here for a few days. It's more important to go back and report." "Then I won't keep you. Old Bai, send him off." The lady boss called out. Bai Chi stepped out with a smile and gestured with his hand. "Please, I'll take my leave." Yuan Rueda bowed and left in large strides. After Yuan Rueda left, the lady boss turned around and looked around. She nodded and said, "This place is not bad." Bai Chi went up and said, "Lady boss, are we going to open a shop here in the future? Can't we?" The lady boss replied casually as she strolled casually. Bai Chi's eyes shone with golden light as he chuckled and said, "How can we? As long as Lady Boss is here, it doesn't matter where we are." The lady boss sneered, "Don't think that I don't know that you guys are tired of staying outside. You can't wait to come to this busy city to eat, drink, and play. Let me tell you, you can play, but don't cause me any trouble. Don't delay my work. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." "Absolutely not," Bai Chi promised solemnly. Then, he turned his head and winked at the chef and the accountant with an excited expression. "There's dust." The lady boss wiped the armrest of the chair, looked at her fingers, and wiped them on Bai Chi's clothes. She made a circle with her small hand. "Find someone to change everything here tomorrow."
"Yes."
Bai Chi replied respectfully. The lady boss covered her red lips and yawned. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. You guys should also find a place to rest. We'll start work tomorrow." "Lady boss, take care." Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant stood in a line and respectfully sent him off. Yang Kai was stunned when he saw this and hurriedly joined the line. The lady boss gave them a sidelong glance, as if she had already seen through their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. With a flick of her sleeve, she walked into the inner room and said, "Yang Kai, follow me." White Seven and the others immediately looked at Yang Kai with sympathy. Yang Kai was speechless. He had wanted to take this opportunity to see what Star City was like. Who would have thought that he would be caught by the lady boss? He had no idea what this woman wanted to do. Helpless, they could only watch enviously as Bai Qi and the others walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. With a sigh, he walked towards the inner courtyard. Following the sound, he came to a side room and knocked on the door. "Come in." The lady boss's voice came out. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Inside the side room, two maidservants were busy making the bed for the lady boss. To Yang Kai's surprise, the incense bed he saw on the ship was also moved out. "Lady boss, what's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. In the past few months, he had been getting along well with the lady boss, and this woman had not made trouble for him again. The lady boss sat there and looked up. "Do you have a secret treasure that can hide your body and aura?" Why did she ask this all of a sudden? Yang Kai was puzzled, but this matter could not be hidden from her. The main thing was that the lady boss had already discovered his tracks in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, so it was natural for her to have this inference, so he nodded and admitted it. "Let me see." The lady boss stretched out her hand. Yang Kai took out the shadowless veil and handed it over. The lady boss took it and said with a faint smile, "Aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you?" Yang Kai laughed. "That's not necessary, right? How could this thing even enter your eyes?" "That's hard to say," the lady boss said as she lowered her head to examine it carefully, pouring her Saint Chi into it from time to time. After a while, the lady boss gently nodded. "This thing is quite good. It should be able to completely isolate anyone below the mid-rank splitting the heavens realm. Even if it is a mid-rank splitting the heavens realm, if one does not examine it carefully, they may overlook it." Yang Kai gave her a big thumbs up. The result of this examination was exactly the same as what Du Rufeng had said. It had not been refined, but she had come to this conclusion after just a brief examination. It could only be said that the lady boss's eyesight was quite good. "Your courage is quite big. Back then, you relied on this thing to act recklessly in the Golden Crow Divine Palace?" The lady boss looked at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai sighed. "At that time, I had no choice but to do so. It was not my will." After being inexplicably trapped in that passage, everything that happened afterwards was instinctive and not deliberate. Even the Golden Crow corpse was something he had obtained by chance. "Do you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, not knowing how to answer such a sudden question. The lady boss played with the shadowless muslin and said, "If you believe me, leave it with me for a while and return it to you later." What does this woman want to do? Although the shadowless muslin was good, it shouldn't be enough to arouse her greed, right? After all, she had seen through the shadowless muslin's concealment ability at a glance, and from the long time they had spent together, the lady boss was not the kind of person who would rob others. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "May I ask what you want to do?" "You'll know when the time comes," the lady boss said, not caring whether Yang Kai agreed or not, directly putting away the shadowless muslin, not giving him a chance to regret. Yang Kai had a toothache. His strength was too low now, and the shadowless muslin was definitely the most useful artifact for him. If it was really taken away by the lady boss, he didn't know where to cry. However, his fist was not as big as hers, so he could only accept it. In any case, he still owed her 10 million, so he could only use it as payment. "This is for you," the lady boss said, taking out a box and pushing it in front of Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "Open it and see for yourself." Since she said so, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the box and looked at it. It was not heavy, nor was it big. It was the length of a chopstick, so he didn't know what was inside. Opening the lid, Yang Kai was slightly startled by the scene in front of him. Inside the box was a mask, vivid and lifelike. like human skin. It was a little too exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by an artifact refining master. He reached out and picked up the mask, but it didn't have the slightest weight. The whole mask was as thin as a cicada's wing. Although it was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so he vaguely guessed the purpose of this mask. 7 faces. The lady boss folded her hands, supporting her chin, and looked at him with a smile. This artifact is called 7 faces, which means that it can change into 7 different faces. What's more, it can even change a person's breath, voice, and even figure. It can be said to be very mysterious. It's a little thing I got a long time ago. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. A long time ago, he had obtained an artifact that could change one's appearance, similar to a mask, but that thing could only change one's appearance and was very easy to expose, so he hadn't used it many times. But now, this 7 faces could even change one's breath, voice, and even figure, which was a bit amazing. In other words, this thing could really transform a person into a completely different person. This artifact has the same weakness as yours. It can't hide from the prying eyes of those who are too strong. If the other party has a strong enough divine sense, they can also see through it, but it should be able to block the prying eyes of a low-rank heaven splitter. Swallowing his saliva, Kaiyang said in disbelief, "Lady boss, you are... Take it. Your current strength is too low, and you really do need some external protection." "How could I accept this?" Yang Kai grinned, but even though he said this, he was reluctant to put it down. The shadowless gauze was already enough to protect him to a certain extent, and if it was supplemented by this 7 faces, there were many things he could do without worry. Although he wanted nothing more than to quickly refine this 7 faces and experience its wonders, Yang Kai still said, "This thing is too precious, lady boss. I can't accept it without any effort." The lady boss looked at him with a smile. 5 million? Yang Kai was stunned and turned to look at her. "What do you mean? Why did she suddenly ask for 5 million? The lady boss said, "I'll lend this thing to you. Before you break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, 5 million Heaven Splitter pills." Yang Kai was furious. "You still dare say you're not running a shady shop?" He wanted nothing more than to smash this 7 faces into her beautiful face. Just borrowing it before he broke through to the Heaven Splitter realm actually cost 5 million. Why didn't she just rob him? No wonder she had been smiling at him all this time. It turned out she had been waiting for him here. Just now, he had been slightly moved, but now he realized he had been blind. The lady boss said, "It's up to you whether you want to lend it or not." Yang Kai angrily placed the box in front of her and turned to leave. The lady boss looked at his back, a hand supporting her cheek as she smiled. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed back in and hugged the box to his chest. He glared fiercely at the lady boss before leaving once more. The lady boss shouted from behind him, 16,200,000. Yang Kai staggered, his mouth filled with bitterness. He had only been in the universe dimension for a short time, yet he had already owed such a large sum of money. Who knew when he would be able to pay it all back? The lady boss's unbridled laughter came from behind him, as if she was very happy. His heart filled with bitterness, he found a room in another courtyard and pushed open the door. The room's furnishings were quite good, and it had all the necessary amenities. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart and lowered his head to examine the box. Although 5 million was indeed a bit expensive, this 7 faces definitely wouldn't be any less useful than the shadowless gauze. If he used it at the right time and place, it wouldn't be something that could be measured with money. Even though the lady boss's heart was as black as charcoal, Yang Kai could only brace himself and borrow the 7 faces. Chapter 3942. After closing the door, Yang Kai took out the 7 faces from the box and carefully stuck them on his face in front of the mirror under the faint candlelight. As if they were nothing, he didn't feel any discomfort. Even after sticking them on, he didn't feel much. However, his appearance didn't change much. After all, he hadn't refined them yet. He turned over and got on the bed, sat cross-legged, calmed his chi, and silently urged his power to refine them. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was refining the 7 faces, suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming in his direction. Then, The door was pushed open. Bai Chi poked her head out and said, "Boy, it's time to get to work. Come to the front hall." Yang Kai responded, took the 7 faces off his face, put them away carefully, and stepped out. After a few days of refining, the 7 faces hadn't been completely refined. For the time being, he couldn't use its effect. However, this was something that couldn't be rushed. It was a painstaking effort. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future. In contrast, Yang Kai was more curious as to why the lady boss had taken the trouble to come all the way to Star City. Logically speaking, her first inn had been destroyed, so she should have rebuilt it on the old site. So why had she come all the way here? However, this wasn't what he needed to care about. Now, he was just a waiter of the first inn. He only needed to listen to the lady boss's instructions. When he arrived at the front hall, he found that almost all the people of the first inn had gathered. He was the only one missing. Yang Kai quickly stood beside Bai Chi and looked around. All the facilities in the front hall had been changed. The tables and chairs were shiny and new. They should have been changed in the past few days. After he stood there, the lady boss gave him a lecture. There was nothing special. It was just that the first inn had been destroyed, and everyone would have to stay here in the future. Although it was a change of location, what they had to do was the same. She hoped that everyone would work hard and work together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, the lady boss asked Yang Kai and White Seven to hang up the sign of the first inn. This was considered the opening of the business. Yang Kai was a little speechless when he saw this. The first inn had such a big name, but no one came to congratulate them. It was quite shabby. But then again, it was probably because the lady boss didn't invite anyone. After all, they had only been here for a few days and didn't have the time to do such things. Moreover, as long as the sign of the first inn hung there was no need to worry about not having business. The reputation of the first inn wasn't just for show. This was Star City, a place where people gathered and information traveled quickly. As long as someone wanted to inquire about some secret information, they would definitely come to the first inn. As soon as the sign was put up, a skinny, middle-aged man with a wretched face and rat eyes walked in stealthily. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. It was as if he didn't dare to believe that he could actually see the sign of the first inn in this bustling city. After entering, he looked left and right, and his words were evasive. It wasn't until the lady boss slightly revealed the aura of the lower 6th stage heaven splitter that this fellow finally confirmed it. He asked for a secret room and had a good chat with the lady boss. He didn't know what the lady boss was thinking, but she brought Bai Chi and Yang Kai with her. The person had come to inquire about information, and it wasn't anything too secretive. It was about the whereabouts of a rare treasure. The lady boss told him the information, and the person was ecstatic. He thanked her profusely, and after leaving the reward, he left with light steps. Yang Kai was amazed. He didn't know how much the reward left by the person was, but Yang Kai thought it wouldn't be too little. The first inn could make money by selling information. This business without any cost was really enviable. After sending the guest away, the lady boss handed a jade slip to Bai Chi and Yang Kai respectively and said lightly, "Take a look." As she spoke, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the information recorded in the jade slip was very strange. It seemed to be the name of the shop, and then the location of the shop, as well as the name and cultivation of the shopkeeper. Thinking of the jade slip that Yuan Rueda gave to the lady boss a few days ago, it seemed that this was the information. Full of confusion, Yang Kai looked at the lady boss and asked, "Who are these people?" The lady boss looked up at him and said, "Like you, they all owe us money." Yang Kai asked curiously, "There are people who dare to owe money to the first inn? Besides, wasn't the first inn in the business of trading information? This business had always been paid in cash, so how could there be people who owed money?" Bai Chi next to him kicked him, and Yang Kai turned his head and said, "What?" The corner of Bai Chi's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. The lady boss said angrily, "The destruction of the first inn has something to do with the owners behind them." I said, "None of them can escape." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, "You mean, the owners of these shops are the forces that attacked the first inn before? Of course, otherwise, why would I come all the way here?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then what do we need to do?" Collect the money. The lady boss tapped her finger on the table and said word by word, 10 million for each shop, and get the money back. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. The reason why he owed the lady boss 10 million was because he had something to do with the destruction of the first inn. Now, it wasn't too much to ask for 10 million for each shop. But then again, he was just the Emperor realm, and the people who attacked the first inn before were either first-class forces like the Blessed Enclave or second-class forces with middle-rank Kai Tian in charge. If a little pawn like him went to collect the money, would they care? As if she saw Yang Kai's concern, the lady boss said, "It's only right to pay back what you owe. No matter where you go, we'll always be on the side of reason. If they're willing to pay, that's fine. If they don't, I don't mind going to their headquarters." Yang Kai said with a toothache, "Lady boss, if I remember correctly, there were people from a few grotto heavens who were causing trouble at the first inn. Those people," the lady boss said, "I'll deal with them myself, so you don't have to worry about them. What I'll leave to you are the leftovers." Her phoenix eyes swept over. "This matter concerns the reputation of the first inn, so don't mess it up." "Don't worry, lady boss. I'll definitely complete the task perfectly and won't embarrass you." Bai Qi cupped his hands and said firmly. Yang Kai swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The lady boss looked at him and said, "What about you?" She was forcing him to make a statement. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "I'll try my best. I've never collected money before, so I'm not familiar with it." The lady boss said, "Don't you owe me 16,200,000? How about this? You'll pay back 5% of the money you collected." "Really?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. 5% didn't sound like much, but if he could get 10 million, then 5% would be 500,000. On the jade slip that the lady boss gave him, there were about 20 shops. If he really collected all of them, it would be tens of millions. "Really?" The lady boss nodded. Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fists. "Don't worry, lady boss. I'll collect the money even if I have to die." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. "Go." Yang Kai and Bai Qi turned around together. Both of them were full of murderous intent. Even if there were 10 million people around, they would still go forward. After leaving the secret room, Bai Qi said, "When did you get another 5 million? Wasn't it 11,200,000? The 10 million was originally owed, and the 1,200,000 was the cost of the brand of the Heavenly Palace." He remembered all these clearly, so he was a little puzzled by the sudden addition of 5 million. Yang Kai looked around and said, "Old Bai, I think we should first discuss how to collect the money." The lady boss had called him over alone to lend him 7 faces. Yang Kai felt that it was better not to make this matter known to everyone. Bai Qi said, "I had the same idea even if you didn't mention it. Let's go to my room first. Let's have a good discussion." He pulled Yang Kai's arm and dragged him over. After entering the room, the two of them sat down. Yang Kai said, "Have you ever collected money before?" Bai Qi shook his head and said, "No, it's the first time for a lady to get on a bridal sedan chair." Yang Kai glared at him. "You dare to talk nonsense when it's the first time?" He even said that he had completed the mission perfectly. Bai Qi looked indifferent. "What are you afraid of? The lady boss is standing behind us. We'll ask for it first. If we really can't get it back, we'll ask the lady boss to do it. I don't think they dare to not give it back." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. Old Bai could have this idea, but he couldn't. The lady boss had said that he would pay back half of the money he collected. He was still hoping to pay back a little more. If he asked the lady boss to do it, he wouldn't be able to do it. Bai Qi said, "No matter what, we still have to be courteous before resorting to force. They are also reputable people, and they might not know what happened before. It's not appropriate for us to suddenly go over and collect the money." "You're right." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Well, let's send a greeting card first and explain the cause and effect of the matter in the greeting card. Then, we'll explain the reason for the visit and see if they will cooperate with us before making a plan." "That's good. Let's do it. If that's the case, we have to ask the lady boss for a token. Otherwise, how can they believe that we're from the first inn?" "This is easy. Let's go to the lady boss later." After the discussion, the two of them immediately got busy. They took out blank jade slips and made greeting cards. As they had discussed before, they explained the cause of the matter and the purpose of the visit in each greeting card. They used tactful words and a kind tone. Although they were asking for money, they didn't give people a feeling of disgust. There were 19 shops in Yang Kai's jade slip. Of course, he made 19 greeting cards. The number on Bai Chi's side should be about the same. After they finished, the two of them checked each other and confirmed that there were no problems. After that, they went to look for the lady boss together and asked for the first in's token. The lady boss was straightforward and directly gave each of them a palm-sized jade token. It was written with the words first in on it. After everything was prepared properly, the two of them immediately left the inn and cupped their hands at each other at the entrance of the inn. They said that they had succeeded and parted ways. It was rather tragic and stirring. Chapter 39:43. Walking along the crisscrossing streets, Kai Young leisurely strolled through one shop after another, appreciating the local customs, which was quite an eye-opener for him. Half a day later, he entered a tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and waited in silence. When the waiter served the tea, Yang Kai stopped him. "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you." The waiter politely said, "Please ask." Yang Kai said, "I'm new here, so I'm not familiar with this place. Is there anyone familiar who can introduce me to this star market?" The waiter said, "Sir, are you looking for a guide?" "Yes." "Then you've asked the right person. I have some recommendations, but I don't know if they meet your requirements." "Bring him here so I can take a look," Yang Kai said lightly. "Okay, please wait a moment," the waiter responded. Yang Kai leaned against the window and looked into the distance, sipping his tea while waiting. Although the jade slip given to him by the lady boss contained all kinds of information about the 19 shops, he was clueless about this star market. Even if he had the jade slip, he didn't know where to look for it. So he came to this tea house to find a guide. Now it seemed that he had made the right choice. No matter where it was, tea houses and restaurants were always places where people from all walks of life gathered, so it was easy to find a guide. With a local guide, it would be easy to find those shops. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. After waiting for a while, the waiter led a person over. Yang Kai looked up and found that the person was a woman in her early 30s. She had a plump figure and was still charming, especially her full breasts, which were spectacular. However, there was a cautious smile on her face, and there was a sense of restraint in her expression. She followed behind the waiter and looked at Yang Kai nervously. Her cultivation was good, and she seemed to be at the peak of the Emperor realm, but Yang Kai didn't feel the aura of Dao from her. In other words, this woman hadn't condensed her own Dao seal yet. This was not surprising. At the level of the Emperor realm, 90% of the people would not be able to form their own seal and would be stuck there for the rest of their life. The waiter walked over and whispered into his ear, "Sir, this woman is a local and is very familiar with this star market. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with her. If you are not satisfied, this little one will give you another one." Yang Kai looked up. The woman immediately bowed to Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Greetings, master." Her voice was very pleasant and soft. If one didn't look at her face, one would think that she was a young girl in her early 20s. Yang Kai raised his hand and handed over the jade slip the lady boss gave him. "Do you know how to get to these places?" The woman took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes." "With our current location as the starting point, plan out the shortest route to these places and carve it into the jade slip for me to take a look."
"Yes."
The woman lowered her head and busied herself. Soon, she returned with both hands holding the jade slip and respectfully said, "Master, it's done?" Yang Kai took the jade slip back and checked it. He found that there was more information inside. The 19 shops were rearranged in order. "Are you a local?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The woman pursed her lips and said, "I was born in this star market and have never left." Yang Kai nodded and said to the waiter, "She'll be the one." Then, he flicked 2 heaven-opening pills over to the waiter. The waiter caught them and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. This little one will take his leave now." He turned around and gave the woman a look, indicating that she should do her job well. After the waiter left, Yang Kai looked at the woman and said, "Sit down and talk." The woman hesitated for a moment. She probably felt that she was too conspicuous standing in front of Yang Kai, so she thanked him and sat down. Yang Kai poured a cup of tea for her and asked casually, "How should I address you?" The woman quickly said, "I am Luo Hai." Yang Kai nodded and introduced himself. "My name is Yang Kai. I asked you to come here because I need you to take me to some places. This is not something that can be done in a day or two, so you must be prepared to be on standby at any time while I employ you." Luo Hai hurriedly said, "No problem. This mistress is all alone here and has nothing to worry about. I won't be busy with anything else." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Weren't you born here?" Since she was born here, how could she have nothing to worry about? Luo Hai was a little embarrassed. "Although I was born here, I don't know who my parents are. I was raised by someone else. My adoptive mother passed away 700 years ago." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. What a pitiful person. Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. "How do you calculate the remuneration?" Yang Kai changed the subject. Luo Hai said, "2 opening heaven pills a day." As she spoke, she carefully looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him frown slightly, she quickly added, 3 pills a day is fine too." When Yang Kai heard this, he knew that she had misunderstood his meaning. He frowned not because he thought it was expensive, but because he felt that it was too cheap. Just now, he had given the waiter 2 opening heaven pills as a reward. However, when he thought about it, the servants of Kikikyo land only earned 3 opening heaven pills a year. Although there was an additional income, the servants could only earn 20 to 30 opening heaven pills a year. In comparison, 2 opening heaven pills a day for Luo Hai as a guide was not too cheap. The reason why he felt it was cheap was mainly because he had been with the lady boss for a long time recently and owed her 16 million. In front of such a huge number, 2 or 3 opening heaven pills was negligible. 3 opening heaven pills a day. I will be at your beck and call. Luo Hai's eyes lit up. She stood up and bowed. "Thank you, master." Seeing that Yang Kai's cup was empty, she walked over and filled it with tea. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He felt that this woman had good eyesight and her attitude was quite good. Although they had not known each other for a long time, from her cautious expression, she should be an honest person. He could trust this kind of person. After drinking the tea, the two left the tea house. Under Luo Hai's lead, they passed through several streets and stood in front of a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw the words "Gathering Virtue Source" written on the signboard of the shop. If he remembered correctly, this virtuous gathering origin was a property called the 9-Star Blessed Land. The 9-Star Blessed Land was one of the 72 blessed lands. In the 3,000 worlds, it was a famous first-tier force with a high-grade heaven splitter overseeing it. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was a bit difficult to ask for payment from a blessed land as soon as he arrived, but since he was already here, he could only give it a try. As expected of the blessed land's business, this Ju Deyuan shop was several times bigger than the neighboring shops. Moreover, there were many customers going in and out of the shop. It was hard to tell what kind of business they were doing, but since they had opened their shop here and their business was booming, they must have made a lot of money. "Master, do you want this servant to accompany you?" Luo Hai asked in a low voice, her voice trembling. Yang Kai turned his head and found that her face was slightly pale. One of her hands was subconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, looking very nervous. Although he had just met her, Yang Kai could tell that this Luo Hai was a woman with low self-esteem. She had always been at the bottom of Star City, so it was likely that she had never entered such a big shop before. At this time, her expression was somewhat unnatural. "No need, you can wait for me outside." Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief and pursed her red lips. "Then I wish Master all the best." She did not know why Yang Kai had come here, but what he said was definitely true. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned around, and walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the shop, a young servant greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly took out the card he had prepared and handed it to him. "I want to see your shopkeeper." The young servant was stunned. Although he was only doing odd jobs in this shop, he was also a person from 9 Stars Blessed Land and had his own pride. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yang Kai. Wanting to see the shopkeeper as soon as he came in, how could the shopkeeper be so easy to meet? Only some big customers would be personally received by the shopkeeper, But looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it did not seem like he ran a big business. The young servant suspiciously received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His face immediately became serious as he realized that this person's background was not small. He was actually from the famous First Inn, so he immediately restrained his expression and said, "Please wait a moment. I will go ask for instructions." Turning around, he entered the inner room. While waiting, Yang Kai casually strolled around the shop and found that this Zhu Diyuan did a lot of business. All kinds of goods could be found here, from alchemy and artifact refining materials to finished products. Casually picking up a few items, a young servant would come over and enthusiastically promote them. Not long after, the young servant ran out again and gestured, "Shopkeeper invites you in." When the first inn's name was mentioned, not many people would refuse. Yang Kai nodded and calmly followed the young servant inside. Soon, he saw the shopkeeper of Zhu Diyuan in a secret room. He was a thin old man with a heaven-opening realm cultivation. The feeling he gave Yang Kai was similar to that of Duan Hai in the Qiqiao lands. He should be a fourth-stage, heaven-opening realm cultivator, which was consistent with the information recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. This kind of great force was truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper of Star City was actually a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. If this kind of cultivation was placed in the Qiqiao lands, he would be an earth protector. However, thinking about how the first inn was even more excessive, and the lady boss was a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai understood. When Yang Kai entered, the old man didn't get up. After all, the difference in cultivation was obvious. If he really got up to greet him, it would be too embarrassing. The young servant withdrew and closed the door, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Gongsun." The shopkeeper of Zhu Diyuan was called Gongsun Hong, which was recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. His appearance and cultivation matched, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Gongsun Hong smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Sit down and talk." Yang Kai thanked him and calmly sat down. Although the difference in cultivation was not small, he was representing the first in this time, so he naturally wouldn't appear too weak. Chapter 39-44. Seeing Yang Kai's calm expression, Gongsun Hong nodded inwardly. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Gongsun Hong said, "This old man has seen little friend's letter and knows why you are here. However, little friend said you are from the first inn. Do you have a token with you?" "Of course I do." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang took out the jade token that the lady boss had given him and handed it over to Gongsun Hong. Gongsun Hong took it and channeled his energy into the jade token. In the next moment, the jade token lit up. Gongsun Hong's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Yang Kai, his expression slightly twitching. "Your innkeeper is Madame Lan?" "Yes." Yang Kai didn't know what secret was hidden in the jade token that allowed Gongsun Hong to recognize him immediately. However, looking at Gongsun Hong's expression, he seemed to be a little afraid of the lady boss. This was easy to handle. Yang Kai was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of the lady boss. As long as he was, the 10 million would be easy to get. "Madame Lan is here?" Gongsun Hong asked again. "Yes." "When did she come? Why didn't this old man receive any news?" "A few days ago." Yang Kai replied with a smile. The lady boss keeps a low profile. Even when the first inn reopened, it was just a plaque hanging. There wasn't much fanfare. Gongsun Hong's expression suddenly became unnatural. He coughed lightly and said, "Madame Lan's way of doing things, She is indeed very low profile." It was unknown what he recalled, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching. After a short pause, he continued, "The first inn's reopening is a big event. This old man should be there to attend the ceremony. However, since Madame Lan doesn't want to make a scene, she should have her reasons." Yang Kai chuckled. As a servant, this junior shouldn't ask too much about the lady boss's matters. Gongsun Hong nodded slightly, his fingers tapping on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, "This old man doesn't know what little friend said in the letter. Can you tell me why that person from the 9 Stars Blessed Land started a fight in the first inn? He even destroyed the first inn." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not convenient for me to reveal that. If shopkeeper Gong Sun wants to know, you can just ask the lady boss." Gong Sun Hung smiled and raised his hand. "Have some tea, have some tea." Yang Kai took a sip and turned to look at him. "Shopkeeper Gong Sun, this junior came here under orders to ask for compensation. Our lady boss said that 9-star Blessed Land is famous and the Gathering Virtue Source earns a lot of money every day. So this little bit of compensation is not a problem. This junior still has to go to other places to ask for payment. Time is tight and the task is important. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, do you think you can settle the bill first?" Gong Sun Hong asked curiously, "You're going somewhere else?" Yang Kai said, "Of course." He opened his mouth and listed the names of several shops. Gong Sun Hong was shocked. Could it be that there were many people fighting in the first inn? Behind those shops, could it be the forces of the Blessed Lands? There are indeed many. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I won't hide it from shopkeeper Gong Sun. The reason our lady boss brought us to Star City is to ask for payment. The lady boss said that no one can run away. Everyone has to pay. If you can get it, then so be it. If you can't, then go to the headquarters of each shop and have a good talk. The lady boss also said that all the Blessed Lands are of the same breadth and branch. There's no need to make everyone unhappy over such a small matter." Gong Sun Hong frowned slightly. It was hard to tell what he was feeling. Yang Kai looked around and said, "The Gathering Virtue Source is such a big shop, it should have a lot of income every year. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, although 10 million isn't a small amount, it shouldn't be a problem for the Gathering Virtue Source. If it's convenient, can you help us? Let this junior return to the lady boss as soon as possible." Gong Sun Hung nodded. "Little friend, since you're from the first inn and brought Madame Land's token here, this matter shouldn't be false. This old man should also compensate." However, suddenly, he changed the topic and said, "That's just your words, so I'll have to send a message to the main altar to inquire about the situation. If it's really as you say, my 9-star Blessed Land will not deny it." He knew it wouldn't be so simple. If he could really get 10 million just by casually talking, it would show that the 9 stars Blessed Land was too afraid of the first inn. However, this was also within his expectations, so Yang Kai wasn't disappointed. He simply nodded and said, "Of course, I just don't know how long it will take for shopkeeper's son to send a message back to inquire." 1 month. Gong Sun Hung said, "I'll give you an answer in 1 month." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Gong Sun. Take care, I won't see you out." Gong Sun Hong waved his hand. When he walked out of the Jude Origin, he saw Luo Hai standing not far away from him. He waved at her, and Luo Hai immediately came forward to greet him. She asked in a low voice, "My lord, have you settled the matter?" "It's all right." Yang Kai nodded. This trip could be considered to have achieved his goal. "Let's go to the next inn." He ran down one inn after another. After spending an entire afternoon, he only went to 3 inns. Among the 3 inns, aside from the Jude Origin, one of them was from the Blessed Lands. The answer he received was similar to Gong Sun Hong's. He also needed to send a message back to the headquarters to ask for more details. The other inn was from a second-class organization. They weren't as stubborn as the Blessed Lands. When they heard that the first inn was coming to collect their debt, they were a little fearful. They were also very polite to Yang Kai, but in the end, the result was the same. Night fell, but the star market was still very lively. Yang Kai ran around for an entire afternoon and pretended to be polite. He was a little tired, so he asked Luo Hai to go back and rest. He would find her the next day. Before leaving, the two of them exchanged contact details and agreed to continue the next day. Luo Hai naturally agreed to it. When he returned to the first inn, he saw that it was very lively inside. People were coming and going, and the hall was full of guests. Everyone was toasting each other. Yang Kai was stunned. The lady boss was shuttling through the hall, chatting and laughing with the guests at each table. Yang Kai was in a daze, as if he had returned to the first inn in the void. It had only been a day, but the business here had become so popular. It seemed that the first inn was indeed famous. The lady boss looked up and saw Yang Kai. She reached out and waved at him. Yang Kai quickly walked over. He followed the lady boss into the inner room. The lady boss turned around and sat down. She looked at Yang Kai and asked, "How was it?" "Not bad." Yang Kai walked over, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of water. He drank a few sips and said, "The first is famous, so no one dares to make things difficult for us." "Who asked you that?" The lady boss glared at him. "Did you get the money?" Yang Kai put down the teacup and laughed. How could it be so fast? They all need to send a message back to the headquarters to ask. They will only decide whether to give the money after it is confirmed. "How many did you contact?" "3. All of them said so." The lady boss nodded. "Of course, but the time limit can't be too long." "Don't worry, it's all agreed. 1 month is not too long." 1 month. Okay, you can go to your work." The lady boss waved her hand. "What work?" Yang Kai looked at her, stunned. The lady boss blinked. "You are the inn's waiter. Don't you need to be a waiter? The inn's business is good now, but we are short on manpower. Hurry up and help." Yang Kai was speechless. He had never been a waiter in his life. "You what?" "Hurry up and go." "Do you want me, the lady boss, to do it myself?" Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. After a long time, he was defeated. She had big eyes and could not stare at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you are ruthless." He turned around and slammed the door. Behind him, the lady boss crossed her legs and pursed her lips into a smile. When he reached the main hall, Yang Kai looked around. He grabbed a piece of white cloth from a servant and put it on his shoulder. He then went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Since they were all cultivators, they were full of energy, so there was no need to close the shop. Yang Kai was busy all the way until dawn, when he finally had time to rest. What made him feel indignant was that Old White was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai guessed that this guy knew that he had to come back, so he decided to spend the night outside. He secretly made up his mind that he would not come back tomorrow. Not long after, Yang Kai went out again. He sent a message to Luo Hai in advance and went to the tea house where he saw her yesterday to wait for her. When Yang Kai arrived, Luo Hai was already standing there. "Master, did you not rest well last night?" Luo Hai saw that Yang Kai's expression was not right and went forward to ask. "Don't mention it." Yang Kai was very depressed. It was not that he did not rest well, but that he did not rest at all. Although it was not a big problem, he was still a little tired. Yang Kai did not say much, and Luo Hai did not dare to ask more. The two immediately went on their way. Today's situation was similar to yesterday. After visiting one house after another, the replies were almost the same. Thinking about it, it was not strange. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely not just listen to one side of the story, even if the signboard of the first inn was there. He sat down in each shop and chatted with the shopkeepers of each shop. In this day, he had only gone to 6 or 7 shops. In this way, it would take another 2 to 3 days to finish all of them. He did not know how Bai Chi was progressing. He took out a communication device to contact Bai Chi, but there was no response. He did not know what he was busy with. Later that night, Yang Kai took Luo Hai to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine as a token of his thanks. Luo Hai had been running around with him all day, following him wherever he went. It really was quite tiring. Luo Hai did not want to make Yang Kai spend so much effort, but Yang Kai insisted, so she could only go along with it. During the banquet, there was naturally a respectful toast. Yang Kai was not used to this. No matter what, Luo Hai was also in the Emperor realm. There was not much difference between her and him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty when she called him master. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Hai's face became a little rosy, and her eyes became hazy. It seemed that she was not very drunk. Yang Kai was curious about something and asked, "How do people in the Emperor realm outside of this universe comprehend martial arts?" He had condensed his own seal in the heavenly void hall. Every great emperor in the star realm had this experience. Presumably, the great emperors in the other universe realms were also like this. However, the capacity of those small universe realms was limited, so there were not many people who could condense their seals. But what did people outside of this universe realm do to reach this step? He happened to run into Luo Hai, so he asked casually. Chapter 39:45. Luo Hai patted her slightly feverish cheeks and said with a smile, Those with good aptitude can rely on their own comprehension to condense their Tao seal. Those with inferior aptitude like me can only rely on external help. After drinking some wine, she seemed to have relaxed a little and was no longer as cautious as before. External help? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There are some natural treasures that can help people condense their Tao seal. There are also some pills that can help, such as great Tao pills. However, these things need to be bought with money and are more precious. Yang Kai nodded. He had been wondering what those from the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed their own Tao seal could do with the heaven-opening pill. Although this thing was a kind of hard currency outside of this universe and could be used to buy all kinds of things, it wasn't very useful to those from the Emperor realm. It wasn't like the heaven-opening realm, where they could use the heaven-opening pill to increase their grade. Now, it seemed that the heaven-opening pill was useful to anyone. Luo Hai was working so hard to earn money because she wanted to buy a great Tao pill and condense her own Tao seal to advance her martial Tao. However, condensing a Tao seal was only the beginning. She still had to condense yin, yang, and 5 elements before she had a chance to advance to the heaven-opening realm. The path of martial Tao was long and far, accompanied by enormous financial support. How many people were as lucky as him, first condensing high-grade wood elemental energy, then obtaining high-grade fire elemental energy? However, even he wasn't confident that he could find other yin, yang, and 5 elements energy that matched his requirements. As long as there was a problem with any of them, even if he reached the heaven-opening realm, his grade wouldn't be too high. As they ate and drank, the two chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "Let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow." Luo Hai put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, "Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched her leave. After what happened yesterday, Yang Kai made up his mind not to return to the first inn. He didn't want to have to run errands again. He took out his communication device and contacted White 7. Surprisingly, White 7 replied quickly and asked where he was. White 7 told him the name of a place. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew that this place was not a good place. This guy was actually fooling around in a brothel. Bai Qi warmly invited him to have fun, but Yang Kai decisively refused. After drinking by himself for a while, Yang Kai put down the money for the dishes and left the restaurant alone, preparing to find an inn in the city to rest for the night. The inns in Star City weren't cheap, but they weren't as expensive as the first inn. Back then, the first inn had cost 1,000 heaven-opening pills for a night, but the black-hearted lady boss had raised the price to 10,000. As soon as he left the restaurant, Yang Kai saw a figure standing opposite him. He walked over in surprise and asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" Luo Hai had been waiting for him outside. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Nothing. I'm just worried about Master." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a little wine. You won't get drunk. You should go back early." He thought that this woman was quite considerate. "It's still early. If Master is willing, I can accompany Master to stroll around Star City. I've been busy during the day, so Master doesn't have time." She added, "It's free of charge." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Sure, but it won't delay you, right?" Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm the only one at home, so there's nothing to do when I go back." She paused and said, "Where does Master want to go?" "There's a brothel in the western part of Star City. Men like to go there." As she spoke, she blushed. Yang Kai casually asked, "Where's the Spring Breeze Drizzle building?" Luo Hai nodded and said, "Master, do you know about the Spring Breeze Drizzle building?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue. "I've heard about it, but I've never been there." He knew that Lao Bai was fooling around, and now it seemed that he was right. "Master, do you want to go?" Luo Hai inquired. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, I'll just walk around." At this point, he suddenly thought of something. "Right, I want to buy a map. Where can I buy it?" Luo Hai asked, "Master, do you want to buy a map of the universe? Then you should go to the Four Seas workshop. The maps of the universe there are the most complete, and the updates are also the most timely. Let's go take a look." Yang Kai was suddenly interested. He had this idea before, but he didn't remember who had mentioned it to him. The map of the universe included a map of all the large territory that had been discovered outside of Chinkuan. It could be said that it was one of the essential things for a cultivator who wanted to travel outside. Yongkai really wanted to find where the astral world was in the map of the universe. He was swallowed by the thousand-knuckle worm, and then inexplicably appeared in the large territory of the Kikikyo land. Although he hadn't found the world tree yet, it would be good if he could find the way home in advance. Luo Hai was very familiar with the Star Market. She led Yongkai through a few streets and arrived in front of a shop. That shop was the Four Seas workshop. Although it was night time, the Star Market was still very lively. After entering the shop, a woman dressed as a maid immediately greeted them. She curtsied gracefully and said sweetly, "Good evening, esteemed guest. What do you want to buy?" Luo Hai walked out at the right time and answered, "My master wants to buy a map of the universe." The maid smiled and said, "This way, please." She gestured with her hand. Under her guidance, Yang Kai came in front of a row of shelves. There were no maps on the shelves, but there were things that looked like long boxes. They were the length of chopsticks and were completely black. They looked very strange. Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Luo Hai said, "Introduce them." The maid understood and immediately said, "Yes, esteemed guest. Our shop's map of the universe is divided into 3 types. The lowest level is a map of the large territory, which includes the locations of the many universe worlds that have been discovered, as well as the locations of some fixed altars in the spiritual state. The middle level is a map of the entire universe, which includes all the large territory that has been discovered, as well as the contents of the lowest level map. It also includes the various Chinkuan palaces and the locations of the territory gates. It's clear at a glance, simple and convenient." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "What about the middle level and above?" The maid smiled and said, "There's not much difference between the middle level and the high level." Yang Kai asked curiously, "If there's no difference, why is there a middle level and high level?" "It's like this. Although there's no difference between the two, if you buy the high-level map and discover a new large territory in the future, our shop can help you update the contents of the map of the universe for free. Our shop has branches in many star markets, so you don't have to worry too much. You just need to bring the map of the universe there. If you buy the middle-level map, you won't have this convenience. If you want to update it, you'll have to pay more." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The maid said, "Esteemed guest, do you want a map of a large territory, or a collection of all the maps of the large territory?" Yang Kai said, "A collection, of course." The maid said, "Then I recommend you buy the high-level map. The middle-level map is fine." Luo Hai interrupted her before she could finish. The maid glanced at her and said with a smile, "Of course, it's your choice." "Get me a copy," Luo Hai said. The maid nodded and turned to walk to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Hai sent a message, "Master, as far as I know, the price of a middle-level map and a high-level map are twice as expensive. Moreover, no new large territory has been discovered in the past 1,000 years. It's a waste to buy the high-level map." Yang Kai nodded slightly. A moment later, the maid took out a long black box and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, "Pour your divine sense into it, and you'll be able to check it." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he realize that the long box in front of him was actually the map of the universe. Fortunately, he didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, he would have really embarrassed himself. Pouring his divine sense into it as instructed, Yang Kai felt his field of vision suddenly change, as if he had entered a strange world. His field of vision constantly shrank towards a certain place before finally coming to a stop. Focusing his eyes, there was a small red constantly flashing in front of him, and at the location of this red was marked with the word Star City. Understanding this, Yang Kai knew that this small red probably represented his current location. The Star City marked on the map should be the one he was currently in. With a thought, the vision continued to zoom back and around the Star City. Some other names gradually appeared, all of which seemed to be the names of the mini-universe world. Although he had just gotten hold of this thing, Yang Kai soon figured out how to use it. Seeing it like this, it was very simple and convenient. He really had to buy a copy of this thing, as it would be more convenient for him to move around in the future. Withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai asked, "How much is this thing?" The maid responded with a smile, 500,000. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This price was not very expensive, but did he have 500,000 on hand right now? Most of his heaven-opening pills came from the dead people in the kiki 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 kiki. After all, Great Moon Province was only a third-class force, and those heaven-opening pills were Wei Kei's personal compensation, so it was naturally impossible for there to be too many. Yang Kai estimated that these 100 or 200,000 heaven-opening pills were enough to hurt Wei Quebec. If not for Wei Kei's compensation, Yang Kai would not have been able to buy the World Atlas. Just as he was about to count how many heaven-opening pills he had, Luo Hai pulled the maid to the side and quietly communicated with her through sound transmission. By the time Yang Kai finished counting, Luo Hai had also finished her discussion and walked over. "Master, we've already agreed on a 10% discount, 450,000. Yang Kai was speechless. Only now did he realize that Luo Hai had pulled the maid over to haggle. This was a 50,000 heaven-opening pills discount, which was a great discount. However, when he checked just now, he found that he did not have enough heaven-opening pills. In total, he only had about 430,000. This was a bit awkward. The price had already been negotiated, and he was only waiting for the bill to be paid, but he did not have enough money. How could he accept this? It was a bit difficult to speak, but Luo Hai was a smart person and immediately saw through Yang Kai's difficulties. She quietly asked, "Master, did you not bring enough money?" Chapter 39:46. Luo Hai had asked if he hadn't brought enough, not if it wasn't enough. This question was very clever and greatly alleviated Yang Kai's embarrassment. Nodding gently, Yang Kai was about to put down the world map in his hand and come back to buy it some other day when he heard Luo Hai ask, "Master, how much are you missing?" "Not much, 10,000 to 20,000. Yang Kai scratched his face awkwardly. Luo Hai pondered for a moment before saying, "Master, if you don't mind, this mistress will pay for it. Master can return it to me later." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her, not realizing that she actually had such courage. He had only known her for 2 days at most, and it was only a concubine relationship, neither a relative nor a friend. What's more, Luo Hai herself was not a wealthy person. These 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills were likely the result of many years of savings for her. Being able to lend them to him as soon as he opened his mouth was not something she could do without some courage. After all, up until now, she still didn't know who Yang Kai was. If he took these things and ran away, she wouldn't be able to find him. Seeing Yang Kai look over, Luo Hai whispered, "I trust Master." Since she had already said so much, Yang Kai couldn't refuse anymore and immediately nodded. "All right, I'll consider it a loan. I'll definitely return it to you later." Luo Hai said, "I'll go pay the bill." Yang Kai handed over a space ring and watched her walk towards the counter with the maidservant, secretly sighing to himself. This woman was really meticulous. Although it was only a simple act of paying the bill, it greatly alleviated his embarrassment. This way, he wouldn't have to take the heaven-opening pills from her and let others know that he didn't bring enough money. On the other hand, she could quietly transfer the insufficient heaven-opening pills into her space ring without anyone noticing. After a while, Luo Hai returned, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai nodded, stuffed the world map into his space ring, and walked out of the Four Seas Square with her. "Master, is there anything else you want to buy?" Luo Hai asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm so poor. Why would I want to buy anything?" Luo Hai also understood and felt a little embarrassed. She felt that she had spoken without thinking, so she changed the topic and said, "Then is Master going back to rest?" Yang Kai shook his head. Thinking of yesterday's experience, he would rather die than go back. Originally, he wanted to find an inn to rest, but now it seemed that there was no need. He didn't even have the money to get a room, so what was there to rest for? Luo Hai had probably thought of this as well. She suggested, "Master, would you like to come to my place for a chat? Is it convenient?" Yang Kai hesitated. Luo Hai pursed her lips and smiled. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. There's no one else at home, just me." At this point, She suddenly realized that her words were a little ambiguous, making it seem like she was seducing him. She couldn't help but blush a little. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to mind and simply raised his hand. Then let's go. He couldn't really wander around here all night. That would be too boring. On top of that, he had just borrowed some money from her. If he were to be in such a hurry to separate from her, it would be a bit like running away from a debt. Master, please come with me. Luohai immediately led the way. Along the way, they gradually left the bustling trade area and entered a more chaotic area. This place seemed to be the outermost area of the entire Star City. It was some distance away from the center of the Star City. Houses stood everywhere without any order, and there wasn't even a proper road. From time to time, there would be people coming in and out of this place, but their cultivations were not very high. Most of them were on the same level as Luohai, while some were even weaker. Yang Kai understood that this was probably the place where the lowest level members of the Star Envoys lived. Fortunately, although this place was a bit dirty and messy, it was still within the boundaries of the Star City, so no one dared to cause trouble here. Many people obviously knew Luohai. Along the way, there were people constantly greeting her. A few women saw Yang Kai following behind her and couldn't help but have a slightly ambiguous look in their eyes, which made Luohai feel a little embarrassed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a house. Luohai stepped forward and closed the restriction on the house. She opened the door and said, "Master, please." Yang Kai walked in and looked around. He found that although the house was small, it was very clean and tidy. There was no courtyard, only a main hall and a side room. There was a faint fragrance in the room, which was very pleasant and made people feel very warm. Luohai invited him to take a seat and made a pot of tea. She said apologetically, "The place is a bit small, master. Please don't mind." Yang Kai chuckled. "I also came from a small place and am used to living a poor life." Luohai said curiously, "You don't look like one." "Then what kind of person do I look like?" Luohai thought for a moment and said, "Master, you look like someone who holds a high position all year round, either rich or noble." Yang Kai laughed. Luohai shook her head and said, "Master, please don't think this concubine is flattering you. This concubine has been in this star market for thousands of years. I don't dare to say anything else, but I do have a good eye for people. Master, why do you think this concubine dared to lend her life savings to you? It is because this concubine thinks you are a trustworthy person. Master may be troubled for a while, but there will be a day when you will be proud of the 9 heavens." Yang Kai's smile faded, and he looked at her seriously. He really couldn't tell that this woman who was nervous and reserved when they first met had such insight. Luohai covered her red lips with her hand and said nervously, "This concubine misspoke. Master, please don't blame me." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Although your strength isn't high, it isn't too low either. Have you never thought about joining some great force?" Luohai smiled bitterly. "There are at least 8,000 people like this concubine in the entire star market. I have no connections or background, so which great force would want me? What can they do if they took me in? Spend time and effort to cultivate me?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "In the past, there was a great force that came to Star Market to recruit disciples, but they wanted to recruit young and malleable disciples. This concubine doesn't have such good fortune." Yang Kai nodded. He was also a sect master, so he naturally knew this. When a sect recruited disciples, they would rather spend a large amount of resources to cultivate them from a young age than accept those who already had a foundation. This was a matter of loyalty. This concubine's current wish is to save enough money to buy a few great Dao pills and see if I can condense my own Dao seal. If I can reach the heaven-opening boundary in this life, then I won't have lived in vain. I heard you mention great Dao pills before. Are these spirit pills very expensive? Usually, one costs around 10,000 or so. Moreover, refining these pills seems to be a bit difficult, so there aren't many of them. Usually, when a great Dao pill appears, it will be quickly snatched away by others." Yang Kai nodded. The situation outside the universe realm was quite tricky. There should be many people who were stuck at the threshold of the peak of the Emperor realm, unable to condense their Dao seal. This was why the great Dao pill was so popular. It could be imagined that this thing was not only popular among the lowest class of people like Luo Hai, but also many great forces. As such, the chances of people like Luo Hai competing for it were very small. How many great Dao pills do you think you need? At least 3. Luo Hai smiled shyly. This concubine's aptitude isn't that good. If I don't have 3 pills, this concubine doesn't have the confidence to condense my Dao seal. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what materials were used to refine the great Dao pill. If he had enough materials and obtained the pill recipe, he should be able to refine it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Go and rest first. You've been busy the whole day." Luo Hai said, "Then I'll rest first. Master, if there's anything, just call me." She didn't refuse. She probably felt that it wasn't good to let a man like Yang Kai rest in her room. She got up and walked into the room. After a few steps, she stopped and turned around. She lowered her head and asked softly, "Master, do you need someone to serve you tonight?" "There's someone here. I can help, Master. Call someone over." Yang Kai looked at her and shook his head. "No need." "Okay." Luo Hai was obviously relieved. She walked into the room and closed the door. Yang Kai was left alone in the living room. He looked helpless. He didn't expect that he would end up in a situation where he had to stay the night. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to find a way to get some money tomorrow. At most, he could just sell a portion of the Grandson Primordial Flame. The Grandson Primordial Flame of the 4th grade was worth at least 150,000 heaven opening pills. It was more than enough to repay Luo Hai's debt, and there was still some left over. He had a total of 6 Grandson Primordial Flames in his possession, and even 3 Grandson Primordial Flames of the 5th grade, all of which he obtained from the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As for the 5th grade ones, they were worth 1,500,000. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't repay his debt even if he sold all of them, Yang Kai would have thought of a way to sell the Grandson Primordial Flame in his possession. That way, he wouldn't be bound to the first in and lose his freedom. Thinking about it, the hundreds of thousands of opening heaven pills that Wei Kei left him was indeed a big loss. These opening heaven pills were enough to buy a portion of 4th grade materials. Great Moon Province was only a 3rd grade force. They didn't even have a 4th grade opening heaven pill. Thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He took out the 7 faces and placed them on his face, silently refining them. At the same time, he took out the scroll of the universe and sent a strand of his divine sense into it to search carefully. He wanted to search the scroll of the universe to find where the star boundary was. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but the moment he did, he was given a fright. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized that there were over 1,000 large territory that had been discovered. And this was just the ones that had been discovered. There were many that had never been set foot in before. Among these 1,000 large territory, each large territory had its own small world. There were also the headquarters of many forces, the locations of the territory entrances, the locations of the territory entrances, and so on. These 450,000 opening heaven pills were well spent. Wei Kei had spent a great deal of effort to summarize these things, and had definitely used many years to constantly innovate and innovate. It was truly worth the price. But then again, as long as one had enough money, anyone would be willing to buy a scroll of the universe. This 4C square would definitely make a lot of money. Each large territory had its own name, but Yang Kai quickly discovered that the names of these large territory were closely related to the most powerful force within it. For example, the large territory that the 7 Openings land was in was called the 7 Openings territory. This was because the most powerful force within the 7 Openings territory was the 7 Openings land. There was no one more powerful than it. Chapter 39:47. There were also large territories where the blessed enclaves were located. They were basically named after the respective blessed enclave. For example, the 10,000 Demon Realm was called the 10,000 Demon Territory, and the Great War Territory was called the Great War Territory. Yang Kai also found Langya Blessed Land and Golden Spirit Blessed Land in the universe map. The reason he paid attention to Langya Blessed Land was not because of anything else. It was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Now that Ruoxi had come to the universe map, she should be going to Langya Blessed Land. As for Golden Spirit Blessed Land, it was because of the existence of the sharp metal Yuan Qi. If he wanted to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, he might need to go there. Silently calculating the distance between these 2 blessed lands and himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. Neither blessed lands were close, separated by several dozen great territories. If he relied on flying alone without the assistance of the universe escape technique, it would take him several years to arrive. This made Yang Kai a little worried. Although Ruashi's strength was good in the star boundary, it was obviously not enough outside the starry sky. He didn't know if it was safe for her to go to Langya Blessed Land alone, or if she could arrive there smoothly. In addition to those large territories with their own names, there were many large territories without names, only code names, such as A1 territory, B3 territory, and so on. Yang Kai looked for a while and summed up a pattern. These large territories without names and only code names were all large territories without second-class forces. For example, the large territory where Great Moon Province was located was called D39 territory, not Great Moon territory. In this way, only second-class forces were qualified to have their name on a large territory. Third-class forces did not have this qualification. There were also some large territory that did not even have third-class forces. They only had many small universe worlds, each of which was marked with a name. It was a big project to find the location of the star boundary from such a large map. Yang Kai carefully checked it, and his eyes were sore. Time passed by, and suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and looked up, only to see Luo Hai coming out of the inner room. Yang Kai was in a daze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. It should be dawn. Master didn't rest? Luo Hai looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai put away the world portrait and shook his head. I was busy with something and forgot about it. Is it dawn already? Luo Hai nodded. Yes. They had to start work at dawn. After packing up a little, the two of them immediately set off. After 2 days of running around, Yang Kai was already familiar with the process of collecting debts. Anyway, he didn't expect to get it immediately. The other party always needed to verify before deciding whether to pay or not. All he had to do was to send a visiting card and then talk to the shopkeeper for a while to inform him of the reason and the 1-month deadline. A few more clans came down, and everything went smoothly. Master, be careful in the 100 Refinements Hall later, Luo Hai suddenly said as they walked. Why? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Was there something different about this 100 Refinements Hall? He hadn't heard her say anything about being careful before. Luo Hai said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's rumored that the shopkeeper of this 100 Refinements Hall is an unreasonable person. Yang Kai looked down at the jade slip and found that the background of this 100 Refinements Hall was a blessed land. He smiled and said, It doesn't matter. If he's reasonable, I'll reason with him. If he's unreasonable, someone will naturally take care of him. The lady boss of the 6th grade Splitter Heavens sect was standing behind him. As long as the other party wasn't a high-grade Splitter Heavens sect, Yang Kai didn't need to be afraid of anything. Moreover, from the attitude of the shopkeepers these past few days, the background of the first inn was most likely one of the 36 paradises. Although the Blessed Enclave was a first-class force, there must be a reason why the Blessed Enclave was ranked at the top. However, if it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble the lady boss. First of all, half of the debt he collected would be his, and second of all, if he troubled the lady boss over such a trivial matter, it would make him seem too incompetent. Seeing him like this, Luo Hai didn't say anything more. After all, she had never come into contact with such a master before. What she said was just a rumor, and it would be awkward if she made a mistake. Outside the 100 Refinements Hall, Luo Hai was still waiting. Yang Kai sent a greeting card, and after waiting for a while, someone came to lead him into the inner courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the inner courtyard, Yang Kai felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from there. He was startled, wondering why someone was fighting here. Moreover, from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, the strength of the attacker wasn't too high. They shouldn't have reached the Heaven Splitter realm. They should be around the same level as him, someone who had condensed a Dao seal. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. In front of him was a transparent barrier. In a large field, 2 figures were crisscrossing, fighting endlessly. The divine technique was endless, and they were locked in a fierce battle. One was an azure-robed youth, while the other was an old man. Young Kai didn't know what enmity they had with each other, but both sides were extremely ruthless and seemed intent on killing. The two of them were evenly matched, and their techniques weren't bad either. It was like they were evenly matched. Young Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. The manservant leading the way turned around and said, "Follow." Only then did Young Kai withdraw his gaze and follow. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a high platform. On the high platform, a man with a large waist and a ferocious face had his hands on his waist. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the battle below without blinking. This man's face was ferocious, and even if he didn't circulate his strength, he still gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, his strength was extremely unstable, causing the servants accompanying him to tremble in fear, afraid that he would unleash his anger. The manservant leading the way lowered his head and looked at his feet, saying in a trembling voice, "Ma, shopkeeper, I've brought him." "Wait." The burly man waved his hand, not even glancing at him. He continued to stare at the battle, looking extremely nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what he was nervous about. Kai Yang was speechless. Every time he went to a shop before, the shopkeeper would always treat him politely and didn't look down on him because his cultivation wasn't high. This was the first time he had been ignored by someone. It seemed that there was no smoke without fire. Luo Hai saying that he was an unreasonable person was quite possible. The host followed the guest's wishes. Since the guest wanted to wait, Yang Kai could only wait. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for nothing. Yang Kai simply looked at the battle below as if he was watching a good show. In the field, the battle was extremely lively, but because their strength was on par, it would be difficult to determine a victor in a short time. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall seemed to be a little impatient and shouted angrily, "How long do you two want to fight? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you can't determine a victor, then scram to the mines." Yang Kai turned his head to look at him with a speechless expression, thinking that there were all kinds of birds in the forest. The two of them were originally on par with each other, yet they insisted on determining a victor within 10 breaths of time. Wasn't this forcing them to use their trump cards? Sensing Yang Kai's gaze, the burly man glanced down at him and grinned, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Yang Kai could only respond with a smile. In the battlefield, when the two people who were fighting endlessly heard this shout, they both jumped back a step. Then, their expressions became solemn as the strength in their bodies fluctuated violently. In the next moment, the two of them seemed to have discussed it before they each turned into a dazzling ball of light and collided with each other. An earth-shattering sound rang out from the battlefield, and countless ripples appeared on the light curtain that wrapped around them. The light gradually dissipated, and one person fell to the ground, unable to get up, while the other stood proudly. The one who fell to the ground was an old man, and the one who stood was a young man in azure clothes. However, even though he had won, the young man's face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries. The burly man raised his hand and said, "Throw the loser out to the mines and win the reward." The young man cupped his hands. "Thank you, shopkeeper." The burly man chuckled, turned around, and sat down. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then looked around and said, "Now it's a little more interesting, don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes." The group of people nodded, not daring to say no. Yang Kai was even more speechless. He didn't know what this 100 Refinements Hall was selling, but why would they let this kind of guy be a shopkeeper? How could he make money with this kind of personality? He might even lose his pants when the time came. "Boy, you don't seem to agree. What do you think?" The burly man suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. The first in Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Pei. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall was called Pei Buen, and it was recorded in the jade slip that the lady boss had given him. He was a 4th grade heaven opening master, and his strength was not bad. The first in, Pei Buen rubbed his chin. What a big name. Boy, why have you come here?" Yang Kai replied, "The purpose of this visit has been stated clearly in the letter. I'm here to collect a debt." Pei Buen chuckled. "Debt? What debt?" Yang Kai frowned, thinking to himself, isn't this asking the obvious? It was clearly stated in the letter, so it seems that this trip won't go smoothly. Thinking this, he said, shopkeeper pay. Someone from your side fought at the first inn and destroyed it. So the lady boss wants me to ask for compensation. Pei Buin clicked his tongue. Someone fought at the first inn, that's amazing. Then who is this person you're talking about? Yang Kai shook his head. This boy doesn't know, nor do I know. Who knew what kind of people fought at the first inn? The lady boss definitely knew them, so how could a nobody like him know them? Moreover, he was hiding in the wishful pouch at the time, so he didn't even know when the first inn was destroyed. Was this lord there? Pei Buin asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. No. Come closer and take a closer look. Was this lord among the people who fought at the first inn and destroyed it? Pei Buin asked as he moved his face closer. No. Yang Kai continued to shake his head. Are you sure? Pei Buin narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm sure. Chapter 39:48. Since it wasn't me who destroyed the first inn, why do you want me to compensate you? Pei Buin slammed the table beside him. His palm overflowed and the table fell apart. He glared at Yang Kai and said, Kid, do you think I'm easy to bully? I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai lowered his head. I'm just following orders. Pei Buin snorted coldly. Go ahead and look for the person who destroyed your first inn. It's none of my business if someone else destroyed it. Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Pei is right. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. However, there's something I need to tell you. Speak. Pei Buin looked at him. Before we left, my lady boss said that we'll collect the debt. If we can't get it, she'll come here personally and have a good talk with all the shopkeepers. If it still doesn't work, then we'll go to the headquarters and have a good talk. Pei Buin chuckled and said, Do you think I'm scared? Ask her to come. See if she can get a large sum of money from me. If she can, I'll call her great aunt. In a loud voice, Kaiyang said, Junior will remember. I will definitely pass on this message to my family's lady boss. I'll take my leave. He cupped his hands and turned to leave. Wait. Pei Buin suddenly thought of something and frowned. Is there anything else? Yang Kai turned to look at him. Pei Buin's eyes flickered. You mentioned your lady boss just now. As far as I know, the people in charge of the first storehouse are mostly men. There are only a few women. What's your lady boss's name? It was mainly because those few women were not to be trifled with, especially two of them. My lady boss is called Madame Lan. Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the first inn with a respectful face. Pei Buin's face twitched. Madame Lan? Which Madame Lan? Yang Kai said, I don't know how many Madames Lan there are in the first inn. I haven't been with the lady boss for a long time, so I don't know much about the first inn. However, I have the lady boss's token. Would you like to take a look? Give it to me. Pei Buin stretched out his large hand. Yang Kai presented the jade tablet to Pei Buin with both hands. Pei Buin took the jade tablet and activated it slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as he laughed dryly. So it's Madame Lan. Familiar, very familiar. I still remember when I visited the first inn a few hundred years ago. Madame Lan was very enthusiastic. Ha. In the blink of an eye, a few hundred years have passed. It's really. He really didn't know how to continue the conversation after a long while. Changing the topic, he asked, Has Madame Lan arrived at this star market? Yang Kai said, Yes, the first inn has also reopened. It's just a few streets away. Oh. Pei Buin nodded. Is there anything else, Manager Pei? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lady boss, wait for me to report back. It's fine. Pei Buin waved his hand and handed the jade pendant to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed it, but he did not let go. Yang Kai looked at him and said, What's the meaning of this, Manager Pei? This jade pendant isn't worth much. If you want it, you can go to the first inn. Lady boss should have quite a few and can give you some. Why would I want this jade pendant? Pei Buin said angrily. He let go of his hand and said, Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me think about it. As he said this, he stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would reveal a thoughtful expression as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Yang Kai admired the lady boss even more. Pei Buin and the other idiots were terrified when they heard her name. Although they did not show it, how could Yang Kai not see it? He was really curious about what the lady boss had done to make such a big name in the 3,000 worlds. After a while, Pei Buin suddenly stopped, as if he had made up his mind about something. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, you want to collect your debt, right?" Yang Kai replied, "I want compensation." "It's the same meaning. You want money." Pei Buin waved his hand and looked at him. "I see that your cultivation is not bad, and you have already condensed the seal of Tao. How's your experience in fighting?" Yang Kai frowned. This question was baffling. He pondered for a while and said, "I came from the mini-universe world." In other words, he had fought his way up step by step. There was no need to say more about his experience in fighting. As soon as he said this, Pei Buin's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Good, good, good." He pointed at the arena below and said, "Do you see that guy?" Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the young man who won earlier was meditating with his legs crossed. It was obvious that he was adjusting his breath and healing his injuries. "What do you mean, Manager Pei?" Yang Kai asked. "I want you to fight with him." "I don't understand." Pei Buin hugged his shoulder and put his arm around his back. He lowered his voice and said, "If you can beat him, I'll pay you the compensation." Yang Kai was surprised. "Are you serious?" "Of course." "How much?" "I'll pay you the full amount." What kind of stupid hobby was this? How bored was this guy? He actually liked to watch people fight. But then again, this kind of idiot couldn't be judged with common sense. It was undeniable that this proposal made Yang Kai somewhat tempted. The compensation limit was 10 million. If he took half of it, it would be 500,000. He just needed to fight, and he could get the money. It could be considered very easy. Compared to other people who needed a month's time, Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully fulfill the agreement. Yang Kai was still very interested. Most importantly, he borrowed some heaven-opening pills from Luo Hai yesterday. If he could get the 10 million, he could also return the money to her and stop thinking about it. Yang Kai had seen that young man's strength just now. He wasn't weak, but his foundation didn't seem very solid. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was still very confident that he could beat him. He guessed that Pei Buin was probably afraid of the lady boss's reputation. Previously, he said that he would call her grandaunt if she deducted a large sum of money. This time, he was probably looking for a way out. If he refused, it wouldn't look good for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay." "Good." Pei Buin clapped his hands and laughed. "Wait a moment. That guy just had a hard fight and consumed a lot of energy. Let him recover first." Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections. Pei Buin's figure flashed and entered the field. He said a few words to the young man. The young man looked over and nodded slightly. Then, Pei Buin handed a jade bottle to the young man. It seemed to be some kind of healing pill. The young man didn't hesitate. He took out the pill and consumed it. Then, he continued to meditate with his legs crossed. Pei Buin flashed back and said with a smile, "Wait for 2 hours." 2 hours wasn't a long time. However, in order to prevent Luo Hai from worrying, Yang Kai took out his communication device and told her that he was safe. He also told her that he was in the middle of a discussion and would only be able to leave after a while. On the other side, Pei Buin asked the servants to change the table. He served tea and started to chat with Yang Kai. 2 hours passed quickly. In the field, the young man stood up and waved at Yang Kai. "Shopkeeper Pei, I'm going down. Don't forget your promise." "Don't worry, I won't forget," Pei Buin said with a smile. Yang Kai walked to the center of the field. When he reached the center of the field, he cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai." The young man also cupped his fists. However, the moment he raised his hand, his figure suddenly flashed and punched at Yang Kai's face. The terrifying fist force produced a sonic boom. The violent force wrapped around the fist as if Yang Kai had a deep hatred for him. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai frowned and also punched out. With a loud bang, the two figures retreated. A strange look flashed in the young man's eyes. Apparently, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn. However, before he could recover, Yang Kai had already stabilized his body and rushed at him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The young man was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand to block, but he felt an unstoppable force spread out from his opponent's fist. This time, it was more than twice as strong as the first punch. Shocked, he tried to summon his artifact, but it was already too late. With a cracking sound, a sharp pain spread from his hand as his arm was broken. The next moment, a sky full of fist shadows shrouded him. The young man's face instantly turned ashen. In the stands, Pei Buen's pair of ox-like eyes showed a look of surprise at first, but then they became brighter and brighter, as if he had found a treasure. His nostrils were even breathing hot air. A series of thunderous booms rang out one after another. In the field, the young man could only block and was unable to fight back, falling into a disadvantageous position. For Yang Kai, fighting opponents above his realm was a common occurrence. He might not be a match for a heaven-opening realm master. After all, his opponent had already opened the heavens and earth and could use the world force, but as long as his opponent hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. If his opponent had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone too far. The key was that this young man had attacked without saying a word, so Yang Kai had no choice but to be ruthless. Although he was in human form, he possessed the strength of a 1,000-meter dragon. So how could an ordinary person compete with him in terms of strength? If his opponent had opened up a distance and competed with him using artifacts or secret techniques at the beginning, he might have been able to hold on for a while. But now that he had engaged in a melee battle, he was simply courting death. A short time later, after a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai threw out his last punch and the young man lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Yang Kai didn't kill him, but with such injuries, he would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. Yang Kai returned to Pei Buen's side without panting, as if he had just warmed up. He cupped his fists and said, "Shopkeeper Pei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." The group of servants looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, all of them surprised. Pei Buen even put his hands behind his back and circled around him, clicking his tongue and pinching his arm from time to time. Yang Kai was not used to this and frowned. "Shopkeeper Pei, as you said, I won. As for the compensation..." "Compensation? What compensation?" Pei Buen stared at him. Yang Kai's face sank. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you going back on your words? You clearly said just now that as long as I won, the guy below would give me money." Chapter 3949. Did I say that? Pei Buen turned his head and looked around in bewilderment. "No," the crowd shouted. Pei Buen looked at Yang Kai, crossed his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "You see, they all said no, so I definitely didn't say anything like that." Yang Kai's face twitched. He looked at him in disbelief. "Shopkeeper Pei, are you serious?" This guy was actually playing dumb. Yang Kai had never seen such a person before. For better or worse, he was a fourth-stage heaven-opening master, and he was also the shopkeeper of a shop. People who did business had always been honest. It would be strange if he could run a business like this. If he didn't lose money, Yang Kai would follow his surname. He was indeed a fool. Luo Hai was right. Pei Buen smiled and didn't answer. "Thank you." Yang Kai cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he had been toyed with by the other party and his heart was filled with indignation, he was in the other party's territory and the difference in strength was so great that Kai Yang really couldn't do anything to him. He secretly swore to himself that he would go and drag the lady boss over to teach this bastard a lesson. Behind him, Pei Buen looked at him and stroked the stubble on his chin. "Kid, help me fight another round and I'll definitely give you the 10 million. Yang Kai didn't stop. Once trust was broken, it was hard to make up for it. After suffering once, Yang Kai wouldn't fall again. "I'll personally compensate you with 500,000 heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai pretended that he didn't hear anything. 1 million. Pei Buen gritted his teeth. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk out of the inner court, he immediately shouted, "I swear on my own Dao seal." Yang Kai had 1 foot out of the inner court. After hearing this, his body froze in place. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him. After a while, he slowly turned around and walked back. Pei Buen grinned and watched Yang Kai walk to the side and sit down. He also sat down and moved his head closer. "Kid, Fight 1 round, and I'll give you 11 million heaven opening pills immediately. Make an oath first. Yang Kai held his teacup and didn't look at him. His eyes were indifferent. Pei Buin said, "It's easy to swear, but I have another condition. You have to win. If you lose, not only will you lose the heaven opening pellet, I won't let you off easily." Yang Kai glanced at him and saw the ominous glint in his eyes. He didn't seem to be joking, so he frowned and said, "You can't expect me to fight a heaven-opening realm expert, right?" Pei Buin said, "Don't worry, your opponent isn't at the sky-opening realm. He's not even at the half-step sky-opening realm. He's not much weaker than you." "Swear it." Yang Kai nodded. As long as his opponent wasn't at the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai didn't need to fear anything, let alone this opponent he had yet to meet who wasn't even at half-step heaven opening. So confident? Pei Buin was surprised. He had been thinking of ways to get Yang Kai to fight, but now seeing Yang Kai's performance, he was a little nervous. "If you trust me, then swear it. If you don't, then I'll leave right now." Yang Kai took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and stood up. Pei Buin frowned and looked hesitant, but after a short while, he suddenly stood up and solemnly swore, "I, Pei Buin, swear on my own Dao seal. As long as, what's your name?" The last sentence was for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai introduced himself just now, he probably didn't listen carefully. Yang Kai said it again. Pei Buin continued, "As long as Yang Kai can win one more battle, I will give you 11 million heaven opening pellets. If I go back on my words, may I, Pei Buin, cut off my future path and destroy my Dao." Yang Kai said calmly from the side, "My opponent's cultivation." Pei Buin bared his teeth and swore again, adding Yang Kai's request. Only then did he look down. "That should be enough. If you still can't do it, then you're going too far, kid." Yang Kai nodded. "That's enough." This idiot swore on his own Dao seal, so he was quite trustworthy. No one dared to joke around with their Dao seal. If he really went back on his words, it would definitely leave a flaw in his heart. At that time, he might really cut off his future path and destroy his Dao. Yang Kai was a little curious. Why did this guy want him to fight with someone else? Was there any benefit for him? If there was no benefit, why would he pay 11 million heaven opening pellets? However, Yang Kai couldn't understand the thoughts of this idiot. He was too lazy to think about it. He stood up and said, "Where's my opponent? Call him out." The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. Pei Buin laughed mischievously. "Your opponent isn't here. How about this? You rest here for a night and recharge your energy. Tomorrow, I'll bring you over tomorrow and make a big scene." Yang Kai frowned. He realized that he seemed to have thought too simply about this matter. Listening to Pei Buin's words, it seemed like he was going to go somewhere to make a scene. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap? Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. There was nothing he could do. The matter had already been settled, and the 11 million heaven opening pellets were too tempting. At this time, he couldn't back out. He sent a message to Luo Hai, telling her to go back first and that he would look for her tomorrow. Then, under the guidance of the 100 Refinements Hall's servants, he entered a quiet room to rest. The 100 Refinements Hall's hospitality was very thoughtful. They sent Yang Kai a lot of nutritious food and even a few bottles of healing spirit pills. At a glance, he could tell that they were top-quality goods. If he took them out and sold them, they could fetch a lot of money. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that tomorrow's battle was very important to Pei Buin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much in him. The night passed without a word. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Pei Buin pushed open the door and entered. With his hands on his waist, he stood at the door like an iron tower. "Brat, are you ready?" Yang Kai stood up and said, "Let's go." There was nothing to prepare. It was just a fight with someone he didn't know. However, the more indifferent he appeared, the brighter Pei Buin's eyes became. This showed that he was confident. He grinned and waved his hand. "Follow me." After exiting the 100 Refinements Hall's door, Yang Kai saw Luo Hai standing not far away. He couldn't help but stop and wave at her. Luo Hai glanced over at Pei Buin with a timid expression, mainly because the oppressive feeling this guy gave off was too strong. His entire person was simply too fierce. Normally, if she saw such a person, she would definitely avoid him, but since Yang Kai had summoned her, she could only walk over and salute Pei Buan. Greetings, shopkeeper Pei. Pei Buan looked at Luo Hai and then looked at Yang Kai. Are you a woman? Luo Hai's face turned red. She didn't know how to explain. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at Luo Hai and said, Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back? Luo Hai said, I came back again. I thought that master might have something to do today. I don't have anything to do today. Yang Kai smiled. He pondered for a moment and said, If you don't have anything to do, you can come with me. He turned to look at Pei Buan and said, Is it okay to bring one more person? It's okay. Just follow me. Pei Buan waved his hand. He had also brought some people with him. They were probably the shop staff. Speaking of which, the 100 Refinements Hall was also a place that sold artifacts. Unfortunately, it was deserted and the business was terrible. The shop staff had nothing to do in the shop. Otherwise, Pei Buan wouldn't have been able to bring so many people out. Yang Kai tilted his head at Luo Hai, indicating that she should follow. The two of them led the way in front while the group followed behind. The people on the street gave way from a distance, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that shopkeeper Pei was infamous. No wonder his business was in such a mess. If he was the owner behind the 100 Refinements Hall, he would have fired Pei Buan long ago. Shopkeeper Pei, the fight will start soon. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. Yang Kai said. Pei Buan nodded and said, Indeed, I have to tell you some rules. Listen carefully. In the fight later, you are not allowed to use artifacts or take pills. You can only rely on your own strength to determine the winner. This is the most basic rule. Artifacts and pills cannot be used? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then he had a huge advantage. Absolutely not. Pei Buan's expression was dignified. Don't be nervous and bring out your secret treasure. If that happens, even if you win, it'll be considered a loss. Yang Kai nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't use them. He didn't have many artifacts that he could use now. The ones he brought from the star boundary couldn't keep up with the pace. The mountains and rivers bell was destroyed last time. The only ones he could use now were the Black Dragon Spear, the Wish Pouch, and the Shadowless Veil. Pei Buan continued, In this fight, life and death are not involved. In other words, if you have the ability, it doesn't matter if you kill them. Yang Kai asked curiously, You can kill in Star City? Didn't they say that private fights were not allowed here? Pei Buan laughed. Only in that place can you kill. However, if either side admits defeat, the fight will end immediately. You are not allowed to fight again. Otherwise, you will lose. He turned to look at Yang Kai. These are the two rules. Do you remember them clearly? I remember them clearly. Luo Hai's face suddenly turned pale. She said from the side, Shopkeeper Pei, are you talking about the Shura field? Pei Buan turned his head and smiled at her. His mouth was full of terrifying fangs. That's right, the Shura field. Luo Hai quickly pulled Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, Master, the Shura field is dangerous. Many people die every day. It's best not to go. Pei Buan laughed. It's too late. This kid has already promised me. He can't not go. Luo Hai heard and her eyes were filled with worry. Yang Kai smiled. Don't worry. Tell me, what kind of place is the Shura field? He probably wouldn't get anything from Pei Buan. Since Luo Hai knew, he might as well ask her. Luo Hai thought for a moment and explained. Among the 36 heavenly paradises, there is a place called the Shura Paradise. The people in the Shura Paradise are bloodthirsty and cruel. They are not to be trifled with. They set up an Shura field in every star city for people to fight. Life and death are not allowed. Those who win a battle in the Shura field will receive some rewards. If they win consecutively, the rewards will be doubled until they reach the maximum reward they set. Chapter 3950. For instance, if you win the first match, you can obtain 50 heaven opening pills. If you win the second match, you can obtain 100 heaven opening pills. If you win the third match, you can obtain 200 heaven opening pills, and so on until you reach the highest limit. Yang Kai nodded. That's a bit interesting. Don't look at the 50 heaven opening pills you won in the first match. If you won 7 or 8 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain would be far greater. If you could win 9 or 10 matches in a row, then the rewards you could obtain could break through 10,000. The Azura Arena is divided into 3 levels: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Correspondingly, there are 3 Azura Proclamations. The Mortal Proclamation is for those below half-step Heaven opening, the Earth Proclamation is for those at half-step Heaven opening, and the Heaven Proclamation is for those at the Heaven opening realm. However, no matter which proclamation it is, those that can be ranked on the Azura Proclamation are not to be trifled with. This arrangement was also reasonable. After all, for a cultivator, half-step Heaven opening was a watershed. Once a cultivator condensed 5 different strengths in their body, their strength would rise by leaps and bounds. After reaching Heaven opening, there would be a qualitative change. Thus, the Azura Arena used half-step Heaven opening as the boundary to divide the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal Proclamations. Since Pei Buin said that his opponent wasn't at the half-step Heaven opening realm, then his opponent this time should be a master on the Mortal Proclamation. I also heard that the purpose of the Azura Arena was to temper the disciples of the Azura Heaven. The people of the Azura Heaven rely on fighting and fighting as their foundation. The more intense the battles they experience, the faster they grow. However, even though the Azura Heaven is one of the 36 heavenly grottos, it is impossible for them to often have the opportunity to fight others. This Azura Arena satisfies their needs. Pei Buin turned his head and smiled. This little madam knows quite a bit. That's right. The existence of the Azura Arena is a place for the disciples of the Azura Heaven to cultivate. Everyone that enters the Azura Arena is the cornerstone of their smelting trial. But who told them to offer such generous conditions? Even on the Mortal Decree, as long as you win a single match, you can obtain 50 Heaven opening pills. As for the Earth and Heaven rankings, there are even more rewards. Naturally, there are as many as the clouds in the sky. While they were talking, the group had already arrived at the entrance of a shop. From the outside, this shop didn't look special. It was just that the front of the shop was a bit more spacious than the other shops. But before they could even get close, Kai Yang could already smell the stench of blood. Raising his head to look, he could see that above the shop, there was a plaque with the words Azura Field written on it. These 3 words were bright red, as if they were painted with fresh blood. At first glance, there wasn't anything special about it, but after looking at it for a while, you could see that these 3 words were actually dripping with blood, dripping down from the plaque. Yang Kai's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed, and the plaque returned to its original state. The bloody scene from before had already vanished. Shopkeeper Pei has arrived. Please come in. A young servant warmly greeted him at the entrance. Pei Buin was clearly a regular customer here. Pei Buin calmly replied with a grunt of acknowledgement. With his hands behind his back, he led the group of people in. After entering the shop, Yang Kai discovered that there was a completely different world within. The main hall was incomparably spacious, and there were many people gathered here. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. In the center of the main hall were 3 thick pillars. On these pillars, there were rows upon rows of shining words. Pei Buin turned around and said, "You all wait here for a moment. I will find someone to make arrangements." After he finished speaking, he led the 2 shop assistants away. After he left, Luo Hai walked over. She softly said, "Master, do you really want to fight? The Azura Field is a dangerous place. If you don't have to fight, then it's best not to." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's something that has already been decided." Luo Hai's expression darkened. She exhorted, "Then Master, you must be careful later. When fighting in the Azura Field, you will do anything. You can't treat it with ordinary experience." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. He looked in the direction of the 3 pillars and asked, "Are those the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal lists?" When he entered, he had already noticed these 3 pillars. It couldn't be helped. These 3 pillars were built too conspicuously. It was difficult to miss them. Moreover, the top of these 3 pillars were engraved with the words Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Naturally, it was clear at a glance. Luo Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Those are the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal lists." Yang Kai raised his head to examine. After a glance, he realized that the names on these lists were quite interesting. Most of them didn't look like names. but more like code names or aliases. For example, there were names like Black Fox and Thousand Knives. There were also some names that were more normal and should be real names. Moreover, on these three lists, the colors of the names of the people ranked at the top and the people ranked at the bottom were different. The names of the top three were written in dark gold. The 4th to 10th were written in gold. The 10th to 30th were written in silver. The 30th and below were written in white. On each list, there were only 100 names, no more and no less. These names were not engraved on the pillars. Instead, they were left on them using a strange method. As he was looking, one of the names on the Earth list suddenly dimmed. This attracted Yang Kai's attention. He asked in confusion, "Why did this name turn gray?" Luo Hai's face turned slightly pale. "He's dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. This name that had turned gray was originally silver. He was ranked 15th. Obviously, his strength was not low. Now that he was dead, it could be seen how dangerous the battles in this Azura field were. Although the rewards here were generous, they needed to be won with one's life. A normal cultivator would not have the courage to do so. After a moment of being stunned, the name that had turned gray suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was removed from the Earth lists. Following that, the names that were originally ranked below him all jumped up a row. At the bottom of the list, a brand new name appeared, making up the number of 100. In a corner of the hall, there was a passage. At this time, someone was walking out of the passage with a blood-soaked and lifeless body of a cultivator on his back. Blood dripped onto the floor, striking the hearts of the onlookers. Many people in the hall felt a chill in their hearts. Yang Kai knew that this dead guy should be the one who had just been removed from the Earth lists. Looking at the miserable state of his body, it was obvious that he had gone through an extremely difficult battle. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, Kai Yang saw Pei Bu Wan walking towards him. When he was near, he said, "Everything has been arranged. After half an hour, you will go on stage." Scratching his head, he said, "Now there is a problem." "What problem?" Yang Kai asked. "What name will you use?" When Pei Buan asked, he pointed to the three lists and said, "You can use an alias or your real name if you want. It's up to you." Yang Kai said indifferently, "My real name is fine." Anyway, he was just here to fight. There was nothing shameful about it. There was no need to be so secretive. Moreover, he could use any name, but it was meaningless if he could not change his appearance. Pei Buan nodded and took out a communication bead. He was probably contacting the people in the Azura field. After he was done, Luo Hai asked, "Shopkeeper Pei, who is Lord Yang's opponent?" Pei Buan grinned and glanced at Yang Kai. He pointed to the top of the ranking list of young masters and said, "The guy who is ranked 4th. Luo Hai's face immediately turned pale. How is that possible? Lord Yang has never fought in the Azura field before. How can he be qualified to fight with that person? After she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with her words. She quickly explained, "Master, there is a rule in the Azura field. You can only challenge opponents who are within 10 ranks of you. If you win, you can replace them." Pei Buan grinned and said, "To an ordinary person, rules are naturally rules. To me, rules are meant to be broken." He had a look of indescribable power on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a golden name on the 4th place on the ranking list of young masters. Yu Luocha. Judging by the name, he was not someone to be trifled with. "Let's go. There is only 1 hour left. Take a good rest and adjust your condition." Pei Buan called out and led the crowd to a corner of the hall. Not long after, they arrived at a private room. A maid came to serve them. The private room was very big. Directly opposite the private room was the huge Azura field. At this moment, 2 people were fighting endlessly. However, it was obvious that one side was at a disadvantage and would not be able to hold on for long. Around the Azura field, there were spectators who were watching the battle. They were shouting as the battle unfolded. Pei Buan stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared down and said, "The terrain in the Azura field is ever-changing. You can decide with your opponent which terrain to choose. It can also be changed randomly. Do you have a choice? Ice and snow, hot desert, swamp, jungle, whatever you want." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The Azura field itself is a secret treasure. Pei Buin nodded. Yes, the Azura field is a secret treasure. Yang Kai said, do as you wish. Pei Buin glanced at him and grinned. I admire your confidence. Boy, fight well for me. If you win, then everything will be fine. But if you lose, then you might lose your life. I won't hide it from you. Your opponent is a disciple of the Azura heaven. Yang Kai frowned. That you Luocha is from the Azura heaven? Are you afraid? Pei Buin stared deeply at him. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that I might accidentally kill him. Don't worry. Pei Buin raised his hand. He clearly knew what Lin Ming was worried about. If you can kill him, then kill him. It's not like the people of the Azura heaven haven't died in the Azura field before. Normally, the Azura heaven wouldn't care about such a situation, and they definitely wouldn't take revenge on you afterwards. Otherwise, who would come to the Azura field to play with them? That's good. In the Azura field, there is nothing you can do. You must not be soft-hearted. Pei Buin warned with a dignified expression. Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. This person was ranked 4th on the mortal decree and also came from the Azura heaven. He clearly wasn't a pushover. Although Yang Kai was confident in himself, this was still a life-or-death battle. He naturally had to be in his best condition to welcome it. Time slowly passed. The crowd below was in an uproar. Yang Kai remained motionless, his heart as calm as still water. Chapter 39:51. At a certain moment, the noise outside the private room slowly subsided. Pei Buin's voice was heard, "Get ready." Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly got up. The door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood at the door and cupped his hands. "Manager Pei, I'm here to bring someone into the arena." Pei Buin nodded and waved his hand. "Go ahead." The man glanced around the room and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He turned sideways and gestured, "Please." "Lord Yang, be careful," Luo Hai whispered behind him. Yang Kai did not turn back. He waved his hand and followed the man out. After he left, Pei Buin gave a look to a waiter beside him. The waiter swallowed his saliva. "Manager, how much do you want to bet?" "All in," Pei Buin said in a low voice. The waiter's face turned pale when he heard that. "Manager, please think twice. It took you a lot of effort to borrow this money. If you lose, you won't be able to answer to the headquarters. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart," Pei Buin shouted. The waiter quickly covered his mouth. "Just do as I say. Don't talk nonsense." The waiter loosened his hand and said anxiously, "All in on Yang Kai." "Do you want to bet on you Luocha?" Pei Buin was so angry that he kicked the waiter away. He turned around and stared at the Azura arena below with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he grinned and turned to look at the confused Luo Hai. He said, "In the future, I will eat sh*t and eat meat. It depends on whether this kid can win this round." Although he was the manager of the 100 Refinements Hall, he was not good at business. He was addicted to gambling. Not only did he not earn money in this star market, he even lost a lot. Seeing that Great Altar was about to come to check his accounts, if he didn't find a way to fill this hole, he would definitely be punished by Great Altar. Although he had borrowed a lot of money during this time and had even pawned his artifacts, there was still a large gap. He didn't have much time left, so he wanted to come to the Azura Arena to earn some money. In the Azura Arena, although the winner could obtain a certain reward, it was still not worth mentioning compared to the bets outside. If not, why would Pei Buin choose a candidate to fight in the Azura Arena? Previously, he had found a good one. Unfortunately, he was beaten by Yang Kai with just a few punches and kicks. This gave Pei Buin a chance to make money. As long as Yang Kai could win this round, not only would he be able to make up for his deficit, but he would also be able to pay off his debt. Even if he couldn't become rich, at least he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. However, if he lost this round, then he would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. This gamble was staking his own future and destiny. He didn't tell Yang Kai before. Firstly, he didn't want to say anything. Secondly, he was afraid that Yang Kai would feel pressured. Seeing his sinister smile, Luo Hai couldn't help but turn pale, not knowing what to say. On the other side, under the man's lead, Yang Kai entered a tunnel. He walked all the way to the end, where a large door blocked his way. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man who led the way. The man smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Cheers rose and fell like a tide. Even though there was a large door between them, they could feel the enthusiasm of the spectators in the Azura arena. Behind the large door should be the Azura arena. Someone was introducing Uluosha in a bewitching tone. Although the cheers were loud, Yang Kai could still hear it clearly. In that person's introduction, Uluosha's battle record in the Azure arena was 172 wins, 8 draws, and 1 loss. Such a battle record could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was also a standard that only the strong could have. As for this person's opponents, 60% of them died in the Azure arena, 30% were crippled, and only 10% survived. Following that person's introduction in a low voice, the cheers in the Azura arena became louder and louder. Then, the voice changed and shouted, "Today's challenger is a nameless person, Yang Kai." As the voice fell, the large door that had been blocking Yang Kai's path slowly opened. Light shone in, accompanied by deafening cheers, and the Azura arena appeared in front of him. The voice in the arena continued, "Is it the ignorant who is fearless or the fierce dragon who crossed the river? Let us wait and see." Step down. The man standing beside Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked forward. The voice of the person behind him said, "Boy, if you can't win, you can admit defeat. It won't be fun to lose your life." Stepping into the Azura arena, Yang Kai appeared on a high platform. There was another high platform 100 feet away, and on the high platform, a figure stood quietly. Presumably, that was his opponent, Uluosha. Yang Kai looked up and found that this person was just as he thought, a woman. When he saw the name Uluosha just now, Yang Kai faintly guessed. After all, if it was a man, he would not use such a name. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Uluosha was very tall, with fair skin and an enchanting figure. Her clothes were also very simple. Her tight clothes outlined her exquisite curves, revealing a pair of jade-like arms that dazzled the eyes. Although she was just standing there quietly, Yang Kai could still feel a murderous aura coming from her. Many people had died under this woman's hands. Her eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Uluosha's expression was indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in her watery eyes. At this moment, the surrounding scenery changed, and the surrounding stands disappeared, blocked by a layer of restrictions. Then, the terrain rolled and squirmed, and a hot aura filled the air. In just a moment, the entire Azura arena turned into a vast desert. Yang Kai looked up and saw a round sun hanging in the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the entire desert was steaming hot. He was surprised. Although he heard from Pei Buin that the terrain in the Azure arena could change, he did not expect that even the sun could be transformed. Thinking about it, this desert should be the battlefield, and it should be randomly changed. This was easy to deal with. The desert was empty, and there was no place to hide. Other than a direct confrontation, there was no need to think of any other schemes and tricks. A figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, followed by a strong wind. Yang Kai laughed. "You people, why didn't you say hello before attacking?" It was like this yesterday in the 100 Refinements Hall, and it was the same today. However, thinking about it, the Azure arena was unscrupulous, and this method could not be considered a sneak attack. He could only say that his reaction was a little slow. When he said the first word, Yang Kai's figure floated back, and when the last word fell, he had already punched out. On the opposite side, Uluosha raised her palm, but just as the fist and palm were about to collide, the arm she stretched out suddenly twisted, like a boneless snake, and wrapped around Yang Kai's fist, fiercely pressing her palm towards Yang Kai's chest. Although this change was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, it was not a big deal. Yang Kai did not dodge, and he grinned, strength surging wildly in his fist. In the next instant, the two of them were hit at the same time, and the two figures were sent flying. Yang Kai grunted, and the blood in his chest roiled. A wave of baleful aura rushed through his chest and into his meridians and flesh. Furrowing his brow, He hurriedly circulated his strength to dispel the impact. He gritted his teeth. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched just now, in truth, he had suffered a small loss. His fist that had landed on Yu Luocha's shoulder hadn't done anything to her at all. The moment his fist touched her body, this woman's shoulder had trembled subtly a few times. He didn't know what mysterious power she had used, but he couldn't help but feel as if he had punched cotton. He had encountered the nemesis. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. His advantage lay in his strong physique and great strength. Among the cultivator at the same level, there was no one who could surpass him. Against an opponent like Yu Luosha, it was very difficult for him to display his advantage. On the other side, Yu Luosha's figure flipped through the air, but in mid-air she suddenly raised her hand, and a blood-red bow appeared in her hand. She gently twisted her fingers, and a blood-red arrow formed at her fingertips. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and with a clang, it shot out. The bow was not an artifact, and the arrow was also not an artifact. Rather, it was a manifestation of pure strength, so it did not violate the rules of the Azura field. With a few soft sounds, several blood-red arrows had sealed off all of Yang Kai's paths of retreat, and in the blink of an eye they had arrived in front of Yang Kai. So fast! Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, the pitch-black moon blades met the blood-red arrows and collapsed. However, when the last arrow collapsed, Yu Luosha's figure suddenly appeared in place, as if she could ignore the barriers of space and teleport. Her jade-white hand reached out towards Yang Kai's eyes, as if she was picking flowers and peaches. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine because this woman was trying to pluck out his eyes. Almost instinctively, he pushed his strength to protect himself and at the same time, raised his head to the side. The jade-white hand that was reaching out was slightly obstructed, but it immediately transformed into a blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Although it was a white hand, it was not inferior to any sharp divine weapon. Even if Yang Kai had dragon transformation, if this palm struck him, he would likely be decapitated. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai grit his teeth and hurriedly used his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. As the palm descended, it did not feel like it had struck anything tangible. Yu Luosha's calm eyes finally flashed a strange light as the power in her palm surged, shattering the void around it. Yang Kai let out another muffled groan as his figure solidified, and with a tap of his feet, he quickly opened up some distance between him and his opponent. Yu Luosha didn't chase after him. She only calmly looked at him. After he stood still, she gently nodded and said, "You're not bad." Her tone was light, without a hint of ridicule, as if she were praising him from the bottom of her heart. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had dodged her attack in that critical moment, he had still been shaken and his organs had tumbled around. He chuckled and said, "You're not bad yourself." This woman was truly experienced in battle. She was truly worthy of being a disciple of the Azura heaven. He had actually been suppressed by her to the point of suffocating. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 3952. Yu Luocha's series of attacks flowed smoothly without the slightest bit of sloppiness, giving people a dazzling feeling. No wonder she could make such a great name for herself in the Azura arena, and her ranking was also frighteningly high. Based on her series of actions just now, there were not many under the half-step heaven-splitting realm who could block her, and any careless mistake could cost them their life. Yang Kai's blood was boiling. Since coming out of this world, he had not had a proper fight. All the people he had encountered were existences far stronger than him, so there was no way he could fight them. This was one of the rare battles of the same realm, and it was when he had chased after Fong Tai. With two heaven-splitting realm masters by his side, it had not been difficult at all. It had been the same in the 100 Refinements Hall yesterday. For someone like him who had grown up through fighting, not moving his hands and feet for such a long time made his hands itch. As such, even though he had suffered a small loss, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a prey. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to Yu Luocha, his face filled with arrogance. Seeing this, Yu Luocha's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expressionless face slowly curled into a subtle smile. No one had ever dared to provoke her like this in the Azura field, not even the 3 people ranked higher than her. Although she was ranked 4th on the mortal ranking, her strength was not much lower than the 3 people ranked before her. Any one of them would have to use their full strength against her. But today, there was an unknown person who had not even left his name on the mortal ranking who dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Uluocha stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips as if she had seen some delicious food, her appetite greatly aroused. In the next instant, a sandstorm kicked up and a large hole appeared in the ground. Uluocha shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving behind several afterimages as she floated behind Yongkai like a ghost. Raising her foot, Emperor's chi madly surged as she swept it towards Yongkai's head. The power of this kick was incomparably terrifying, and even if there was a mountain in front of her, it would be crushed. The back of Yongkai's head seemed to open a pair of eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. In the blink of an eye, he caught her ankle and sneered, "Let's see where you can run now." Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang's face changed. This was because the little foot that he was grabbing suddenly lost its strength and slipped out of his palm. Immediately after, a warm body climbed onto his back. The body was warm and soft, but it gave people a kind of frightening feeling. It was as if it wasn't the body of a woman that had climbed onto his back, but rather a python that wanted to swallow him whole. Uluosha's 2 legs and arms were twisted into unimaginable arcs, tightly binding Yongkai, making it impossible for him to exert any of his brute strength. Uluocha's low and gentle voice sounded like a soul-stirring voice from the 9 hells. "How do you want to die?" Without waiting for Yongkai to answer, Uluocha opened her mouth and bit towards Yongkai's neck. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in a life or death battle. So Yongkai had a very strange feeling in his heart, but it did not stop him from reaching out and grabbing Uluocha's hair behind him, pulling hard. Uluocha let out a muffled groan. She was so close to biting Yongkai's neck, but under the strong pull, she had no choice but to raise her head, a cold light flashing across her eyes as her hair trembled under the force of her emperor chi. Yongkai hissed and quickly let go, but it was still a little too late, and a series of small cuts appeared on his palm. However, in this short moment of respite, Yongkai finally had time to circulate his emperor chi and shake his body. A copious amount of power surged forth, and Uluosha, who was entangled with his body, was shaken off. However, this woman didn't leave. Instead, she took advantage of this opportunity to fly around Kai Yang, her pair of jade-like palms filling the sky, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, attacking Kai Yang from all kinds of unimaginable angles. From a distance, Yang Kai stood motionless in place, but there was a figure moving around beside him, up and down, left and right. With a series of banging sounds, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly torn apart. Although it looked like he was at a disadvantage, from the beginning until now he had suffered quite a bit, Kai Yang's expression was extremely calm. At this time, the benefits of having a strong physique were displayed. Although Uluosha was able to injure him, her strength was limited. Unless she hit a vital point, she couldn't do anything to him. On the other hand, if Uluosha were to take a punch or kick from him, she would definitely not have a good end. Inside the private room, Pei Buin stood in front of the windowsill with his hands behind his back, closely watching the battle below. The 100 Refinements hall staff next to him were shouting and yelling, looking extremely thrilling. "Shut up, all of you!" Pei Buin suddenly shouted angrily. The few shop assistants were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. Luo Hai said with a worried look, "Shopkeeper Pei, can Lord Yang win?" With her eyesight, she could only see that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but she could not see the situation on the field clearly. Pei Buin chuckled and said, "Who knows until the end? It's best if he wins. However, in the current situation, if he doesn't get rid of Uluocha, it will be difficult for him to win." As soon as these words fell, Pei Buin suddenly raised his brow and grinned, "You're really something." In the Azura field, accompanied by an explosion, Uluocha was suddenly sent flying. While in midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. The 2 people who had been entangled with each other finally separated. Yang Kai's clothes were tattered, and he looked extremely miserable, But Yuluocha obviously did not have a good time either. She had been entangled with Yang Kai for a long time and was always careless. She took a punch from Yang Kai and did not have time to resolve it, causing her internal organs to roll endlessly. It's a draw. Yang Kai glanced sideways and grinned at Yuluocha. It's my turn. His body did not move, but he appeared in front of Yuluocha like a ghost and pointed a finger at her. This finger seemed to be as light as a feather without any strength, but it caused Yuluocha's pupils to shrink. With a tap of her feet, she floated back. A small blood-red flower suddenly appeared where she was originally standing. The flower looked as if it was made of blood, bright red, and an extremely dense, baleful aura came from it. One step, one flower. Yuluocha retreated 10 steps. 10 small flowers took shape in the golden desert. When each flower appeared, it was like an invisible beast that wanted to devour its prey. Yang Kai followed like a shadow. Wherever he passed, the 10 small flowers withered. Yuluocha's expression finally changed. She formed a seal with one hand, and the withered small flowers collapsed. Petals filled the vast void, turning into a rain of petals that fell on Yang Kai. Each petal was strong enough to cut through gold and break jade. Yang Kai maintained his posture, and the space principles around him surged. Around his body, small cracks in the void appeared almost imperceptible, but they enveloped him. The petals attacked, but before they could get close, they were cut into pieces by the cracks in the void. Yang Kai pointed a finger, and a crescent blade slashed towards Yuluocha. It was so close that it was almost impossible to dodge. Yuluocha bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. The blood mist instantly turned into a blood-red barrier that blocked the crescent blade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuluocha tapped her feet and hurriedly put some distance between her and Yang Kai. Before, it was Yang Kai who had done everything possible to guard against her, but now it was the other way around. It could only be said that the wheel of fortune had changed. Every dog had its day. Separated by several hundred feet, the two stared at each other. Yang Kai was smiling, but Yuluocha's expression had become incomparably solemn. It was only at this moment that she discovered that her opponent was not simple. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Since she had suffered a small loss in close combat, she could only use her magical powers. Gently exhaling, Yuluocha formed a seal. Blood chi surged from her exquisite body, and a blood-red flower suddenly appeared under her feet. This red flower looked similar to the one she had just summoned, but it was much larger. Yuluocha stood on top of it, completely unaffected. Opposite her, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand, and a dozen pitch-black crescent blades whistled through the air. Yuluocha remained motionless, waiting for the crescent blades to close in on her. Suddenly, the blood-red flower under her feet began to emit a dense layer of light. Immediately, a blood-red curtain of light enveloped her from bottom to top. With a sizzling sound, the crescent blades slashed at the blood-red curtain of light, but were unable to break it open. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was well aware of the power of the crescent blades, but this blood-red flower was actually able to completely block them. It seemed that it was indeed sturdy. Yuluocha changed her hand seal and muttered something under her breath. When she opened her arms, huge blood-red flowers suddenly appeared out of thin air and filled the entire Azura field. In an instant, Yang Kai was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Apart from the blood-red sky, there was nothing else in front of him. Even Yuluocha had disappeared. Yang Kai used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but he was unable to detect Yuluocha's whereabouts. At a certain moment, a strange sound rang out. Amidst the swirling petals, a blood-red spear pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. This spear was composed of flower petals and was filled with a strange fragrance and murderous intent. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck out, his emperor chi surging as the blood-red spear collapsed. However, before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief, Yuluocha's figure mysteriously emerged from the dancing petals less than a meter away from Yang Kai. Her slender jade-like palm slammed down, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yang Kai had been on guard for a long time, so he was not surprised. Grinning, he punched out, hitting Yuluocha's body. The next moment, Yang Kai frowned because he did not feel like he had hit anything. Instead, he saw Yu Luocha's body suddenly collapse, turning into a rain of petals. A strong wind blew behind his head, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Space principles surged, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters to the left. Looking around, Yu Luocha had appeared where she had originally been standing, holding a flower petal in her hand and shattering her afterimage. Both of them turned their heads and saw a strong fighting spirit and competitive spirit in each other's eyes. However, after a moment, Yu Luocha actually dispersed again, turning into a rain of petals. This was not Yu Luocha's true body. Chapter 39:53. The spectators in the stands around the Azura field could no longer see what was going on. The entire Azura field was wrapped in blood-red flowers, and one could only vaguely make out the silhouettes within. Even so, it did not hinder the enthusiasm of these spectators. Loud shouts and cries could be heard incessantly. Many people were loudly shouting Yu Luocha's name. It could be seen that this woman was quite popular in the Azura arena. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and was strong, so she was naturally sought after by many men. In the private room, Pei Buin stared at the battlefield below with a dignified expression. With his fourth-grade heaven-opening eyesight, he could naturally see the situation clearly. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Yang Kai couldn't even find where Yu Luocha's real body was, so how could he win? If he wanted to win, he had to find Yu Luocha's whereabouts first. But did he have the eyesight to do so? In the Azura field, Yang Kai was also feeling a headache. If possible, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. After all, this was the Azura field, and many people were watching this battle. Revealing some of his trump cards might lead to some trouble. But now that Yu Luocha was acting like this, not even revealing her whereabouts, Yang Kai was really helpless. Lowering his head slightly, the hair in front of his forehead cast a thick shadow, allowing the petals to dance around him and the murderous intent to fill the air. Yang Kai remained motionless. A strange sound rang out again as the petals fluttered, forming a boundless killing array. Behind this killing array, Yu Luocha's figure was faintly discernible, her eyes emotionless. It wasn't until the sea of flowers was about to reach him that Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, his emperor chi madly surging as void cracks appeared around him like swimming fish. The sea of flowers collapsed, and the void cracks gradually disappeared. Yu Luocha, who was following closely behind the sea of flowers, raised her hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored this and turned his head to look in a certain direction, a golden light blooming from his left eye as he grinned. Is it fun to hide here and there? As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai had already rushed over, his hands fluttering as he formed a series of hand seals and muttered, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream." He slammed his palm down. Amidst the sea of flowers, Yu Luocha acted as if she was facing a great enemy. Her pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand how the other party had discovered her whereabouts so quickly. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai's left eye had turned into a golden vertical slit. That vertical slit was full of majesty, as if it could look directly into the depths of her soul and pry into the secrets hidden in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. He came to a sudden realization. This fellow had clearly cultivated some kind of profound eye technique. No wonder he could reach such a level. She wanted to dodge, but her thoughts stopped in that instant. By the time she came back to her senses, the might of that palm was already upon her. There was a deafening roar, and the endless sea of flowers seemed to have received a command. They rolled over and gathered in front of her to form a sturdy barrier. As the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal slammed down, the sea of flowers collapsed, revealing Yu Luocha's true body, a slightly flustered expression on her face. If Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal in the early days, he might not have possessed such power, but Yang Kai had witnessed countless battles between the flowing time great emperor and Emo Shang in the ancient battlefield and had absorbed the essence of both of them, evolving his own martial Dao true meaning. He dared not say anything else, But this flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It was not much worse than the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal in the past. "You're finished." Yang Kai grinned at her, and as soon as his words fell, a pure white lotus flower flashed from his demon eye of annihilation. Blossoming lotus. Yu Luocha's expression froze, her spiritual energy's defenses like paper. A massive lotus flower appeared in her field of vision, its petals blossoming, rapidly draining away her spiritual energy. Although Yu Luocha had also condensed her own Dao seal, she was still within the scope of the Emperor realm. In terms of spiritual energy, how could she compare to Yang Kai? Not to mention the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than any other cultivator of the same level. Even the nourishment he had obtained after consummating with Yu Rumming had caused his spiritual energy to soar by a large margin. Although his spiritual energy was not yet at the opening heaven boundary, it was still at the half-step opening heaven boundary. With a splitting headache, Yu Luocha screamed and instinctively urged her spiritual energy to resist. Unexpectedly, the more she urged her spiritual energy, the faster the pure white lotus bloomed. In the blink of an eye, the entire lotus flower had bloomed, white as jade, untainted by even a speck of dust, a magnificent sight to behold. But this was not the end. Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation flashed again, and his spiritual energy suddenly changed. Furious Lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique used the enemy's spiritual energy as nourishment to blossom pure white lotuses, but the Furious Lotus secret technique was the complete opposite. The blooming lotus closed up and enveloped one's spiritual energy, sealing off their spiritual energy and body, severing the connection between them. It could be said that once one was struck by the Furious Lotus secret technique, they would become a mindless walking corpse before they could resolve this secret technique. The blooming lotus quickly closed up, enveloping Yu Luocha's spiritual energy. If she was in her peak condition, Yu Luocha might have been able to break free from the shackles of this secret technique. But after being struck by the blossoming lotus secret technique, her spiritual energy had been greatly damaged. So how could she do it now? Her body and mind dimmed, as if she had been exiled into a world of endless darkness, constantly falling down without end. The boundless sea of flowers collapsed, and the scene of the Azura field was imprinted in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai and Yu Luocha stood motionless not far from each other in the middle of the desert. This scene made the onlookers wonder who had won and who had lost. Luo Hai also couldn't tell. Since the appearance of the sea of flowers, she couldn't see anything. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper Pei, did Lord Yang win?" Pei Buin turned his head, giving Luo Hai a fright. Because in this short period of time, this guy's eyes were blood red, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Luo Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back, and her body tensed up. Pei Buin grinned and spat out two words, "He won." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, he won." He raised his arms high in excitement, as if he was the one who had won. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. He was at the end of his rope, borrowing money to settle his debts, but he still didn't have enough. He had no choice but to gamble, and he actually turned the tables. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the headquarters sending people to check the accounts. While Pei Buin was laughing, Yang Kai raised his hand and lightly tapped Yu Luocha's forehead. Yu Luocha's entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes were wide open, but there wasn't the slightest bit of life in them. Before the Furious Lotus secret art was cracked, Yu Luocha could forget about waking up from the unity of body and mind. Seeing this scene, how could the spectators not know the result? On the stands, there was an uproar. Yu Luocha, ranked 4th on the Azura list, actually lost to an unknown brat? The key point was that they didn't even see how Yu Luocha lost. Many people had bet heavily on Yu Luocha, and at this time, they were naturally cursing and shouting that the Azura field was secretly manipulated, and that there was a shady plot. On the other hand, the Azura field turned a deaf ear and completely ignored them. That inexplicable voice sounded again, announcing Yang Kai's victory. In the field, the scenery changed. The desert quickly disappeared, and the two tall platforms once again stood tall. A woman rushed into the azure field and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Then, she picked up Yuluosha and disappeared in a flash. It seemed that she was thinking of a way to treat him. Yang Kai leisurely returned through the original passage. In the passage, the guy who led him here was still there, and he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting and walked straight into Pei Buen's private room. Lord Yang. A few of the 100 Refinements Hall's staff immediately greeted him. Their attitude was extremely warm, and they nodded and bowed for a while. Yang Kai glanced around and frowned. Where's your manager? There was no trace of Pei Buen in the private room. Did this guy run away? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. The 100 Refinements Hall was still there, so where could he go? Moreover, this guy had sworn on his Taoist heart before, so he wouldn't break the promise. Luo Hai said, Manager Pei when to ask for money. What money? Yang Kai was stunned. Luo Hai glanced at the workers from the 100 Refinements Hall and said, Shopkeeper Pei has placed a bet on you. If you win, he wins. Yang Kai laughed. He has so much confidence in me. How much did he bet on me? Luo Hai shook her head. She didn't know either. Yang Kai looked at the 100 Refinements Hall's staff, and one of them smiled apologetically. Not much, not much. How much is not much? Yang Kai didn't give up. The staff raised a finger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. 1 million? The staff shook his head. 10 million? Yang Kai was shocked. The staff nodded. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Pei Buen was indeed a fool. He didn't know much about him, but he had the guts to bet 10 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed, and he frowned. What are my odds? The shop assistant's expression suddenly became slightly awkward as he scratched his face awkwardly. He didn't want to answer, but this matter couldn't be concealed anyway. Yang Kai only needed to casually go outside and look around to find out, so he quickly replied, 1 of 4. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and gritted his teeth. Manager Pei is rich. The odds were 1 to 4, so 10 million was a profit of 40 million. Damn. No wonder that guy was so generous, saying that if he won, not only would he give him 10 million, but he would also personally compensate him 1 million. Compared to the 40 million, what was 1 million? Now it seemed that he had already calculated it. Yang Kai suddenly felt a toothache. He had fought so hard on the stage to the death, but in the end, it was others who benefited. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change what he had said before. Lord Yang, Manager Pei said that he might need a while, so he asked us to go back to the 100 Refinements Hall and wait for him. He said you can rest assured that he will definitely give you the 11 million. Yang Kai snorted. He dares not to give it to me. Chapter 3954. After waiting for less than an hour in the main hall of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buen's laughter came from outside. Brother Yang. Where is Brother Yang? Brother Yang. Where is Brother Yang? Previously, he called Yang Kai a brat. Now that he had won a lot of money, he called Pei Buen his brother. Before Pei Buen could finish his sentence, he strode in and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. He went straight to Yang Kai and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you're really my lucky star. Yang Kai snorted. I think you're my savior. He had to hand it to Pei Buen. Until now, he still couldn't figure out where Pei Buen got the courage to bet 10 million on him. What if he lost? There's no difference. Pei Buen waved his hand and looked down at Yang Kai's teacup. He frowned. Come on, change the tea for me. Serve me the best tea. Cut the crap. Pay up first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand unceremoniously. Yang Kai was too lazy to interact with such a hooligan. It was more important to settle the account and leave quickly. Don't worry, don't worry. This king has already prepared everything for you. Saying so, he sat down and pushed a space ring across the table towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai picked up the ring and scanned it with his divine sense to count the money. Pei Buen looked at him with a smile. Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. You defeated Yuluosha so easily. Are you interested in fighting a few more rounds? Yang Kai was multitasking. He continued to count the money while glancing at Pei Buen. Pei Buen said, Yuluosha is only 4th on the human list. Although he's not bad, He's still lacking compared to the other three. If you're interested, I'll arrange for you to fight with them. If you win, you'll earn a lot of money. Yang Kai raised the space ring on his hand and shook it. I have money. I'm not fighting. Pei Buin laughed. What kind of money is this? 10 million of it is a tribute, not yours. It's only 1 million. How about this? If you listen to me, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to her. He stood up and said, This matter is over. Farewell, shopkeeper Pei. He then led Luo Hai out of the room. Don't go yet. Everything can be discussed. 30% is fine too. Pei Buin quickly stood up and persuaded. 40%. Seeing that Yang Kai did not show any signs of stopping, Pei Buin quickly increased the price. 40% at most. I also have to bear the risk of losing money. You can't expect me to give you a 50-50 split, right? Any higher, and that would be too much. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and soon disappeared. This brat? Pei Buin smacked his lips. If it was someone else, he might have to resort to threats and promises to stay. This brat was simply a money tree. As long as he operated it well, wouldn't it be easy to earn money from the Azura field? However, this brat was a member of the First Inn, so he couldn't force him. Since he didn't want to fight, Pei Buin really didn't have any good ideas. Watching Yang Kai leave, Pei Buin felt a little regret in his heart, but it was quickly washed away by the joy of winning money. He sat down and counted his gains. He bet 10 million and won 40 million, which was a total of 50 million heaven opening pills. He gave Yang Kai 11 million, so he still had nearly 40 million. Not only was it enough to settle the debt, but he also had a large surplus. The haze that had been plaguing him for many days disappeared, and he felt very happy. Leading Luo Hai out of the 100 Refinements Hall, Yang Kai handed her a ring. Luo Hai looked up at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is for you. Luo Hai took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She whispered, That's too much, master. When Yang Kai bought the Scroll of the Universe, she had given Yang Kai less than 20,000 heaven opening pills. Now, after only a day, Yang Kai had actually returned her 30,000. This was indeed a lot for Luo Hai. Yang Kai smiled and said, Take the extra as your reward. That's still too much. Luo Hai shook her head. I can't accept it, master. My reward is not enough for this much. Please take it back, master. Saying so, she handed the ring back to him. Yang Kai stared at her and saw her determined and serious expression. He couldn't help but laugh and didn't force her. All right, deduct the amount you gave me and give the rest to me. Luo Hai nodded and busied herself for a while before returning the extra heaven opening pills. Yang Kai casually took it and saw that it was still early, so he said, Come with me to a few more places. All right, I have nothing to do when I go back anyway. Master, you can go whenever you want. Yesterday, the 100 Refinements Hall couldn't continue with the debt collection, so there were still many shops left. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more days to finish. In the following shops, he didn't encounter people like Pei Buin. He handed over a greeting card, stated his purpose for coming, and showed the lady boss's token. The shopkeepers all received him politely. Like before, he agreed on a 1-month deadline. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Yesterday, he didn't have any money on him and didn't want to go back to the inn, so he stayed at Luo Hai's place for the night. Today, he had only earned 11 million. Yang Kai wanted to go back and report the good news to the lady boss, so he let Luo Hai go back first. After agreeing to continue tomorrow, Yang Kai slowly walked to the first store. Not long after, he returned to the inn. The first store was still overcrowded. Several servants were running around, and the accountant was standing behind the counter, fiddling with an abacus. The inn is full. Please find another place. The accountant noticed that someone was coming and said without raising his head. Yang Kai knocked on the table. Where's the lady boss? The accountant raised his head. It's you. I thought you were a guest. He pointed to the backyard and said, She's in the room. Yang Kai nodded. Then you go ahead with your business. He went straight to the backyard. The accountant raised his head and looked at his back. He shrank his neck and said in a low voice, There's a way to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell. Why bother? Walking to the backyard, Yang Kai saw a person standing up, squatting, and standing up again at the corner of the yard. He seemed to be carrying something on his shoulder. Yang Kai was surprised. He walked over and found that this person was Lao Bai. They looked at each other. Lao Bai grinned at him and said, "You're back?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and looked at him curiously. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, nothing." Lao Bai got up with difficulty. He was almost out of breath when he spoke. It could be seen that the thing on his shoulder was not light. "I'm cultivating." "Cultivating here?" Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy. If he wanted to cultivate, he should find a suitable place. Why did he come to the lady boss's yard to cultivate? "Yang Kai, you're back?" In the room with flickering candlelight, the lady boss's cold voice came. "I'm back, lady boss." Yang Kai shouted. He glanced at Bai Qi, shook his head and ignored him. He went to the door and knocked. "Come in." Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. Before he could report the good news to the lady boss, he saw a white shadow rushing toward him. He was shocked and wanted to retreat, but the white shadow was ridiculously fast. It grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the room. Then the door slammed shut. Yang Kai was very nervous. He thought that someone was going to attack him, but when he looked carefully, he found that it was the lady boss standing in front of him. It made sense. This was the lady boss's house. Who else could it be but her? At this moment, the lady boss's beautiful eyes were cold, and she looked at him coldly. Yang Kai stared at her and said, "What's wrong? Who provoked this crazy woman again? Why was she looking at him as if she wanted to eat him alive?" "You still have the face to ask?" The lady boss sneered. She reached out and grabbed something in the air. It looked like a feather duster, and she hit it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai jumped in fright and raised his hand to block, but with the lady boss's cultivation and his own, there was no way he could block it. In the blink of an eye, the feather duster struck his head. Yang Kai was in so much pain that his eyes turned red. He covered his head with both hands and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm hitting you. Can't you see?" While speaking, the feather duster stabbed Yang Kai in the stomach. "Who asked you that?" "I asked you why you hit me." Yang Kai wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. His stomach turned, and he arched his back. The feather duster fell again and hit Yang Kai on the shoulder. Kai Yang jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His body flew backwards, wanting to escape through the door, but the lady boss only stretched out her hand and pulled him back. Damn, the difference in strength is too big. He couldn't resist at all. Yang Kai was full of shame and anger. He had never been beaten like this before. Most importantly, he didn't know why he was beaten like this. After being hit a few more times, Yang Kai was in so much pain that anger rose in his heart. He shouted, "Crazy woman, try and hit me again." "Crazy woman?" The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. The feather duster turned into a boundless shadow and aimed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was suddenly in a panic. He gritted his teeth and comforted himself that a real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. No matter what, he had to figure out the problem first. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. Let's talk nicely." "I'm a crazy woman. What's there to talk about?" "Crazy woman, do what you want to do." She hit him a few more times. Yang Kai was speechless. He lowered his body and shrank in the corner, using his hands to protect his head. Seeing him like this, the lady boss stopped. Yang Kai slowly raised his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. His eyes were full of vigilance. The lady boss looked down at him, the coldness on her face freezing his heart. "Speak. Where did you go last night? Why didn't you return last night?" Yang Kai said with grief and indignation, "You hit me because of this?" He slowly got up. The lady boss waved the feather duster, and Yang Kai shrank back. He secretly swore in his heart, "Don't let me cultivate to the heaven-opening realm. Otherwise, I'll get my revenge 10 times, 100 times. I asked you a question, so answer obediently. Stop being so long-winded." Yang Kai snorted. "I spent the night at a friend's house last night." "Friend?" The lady boss sneered. "You've only been in Star City for a few days. Where do you have friends? Male or female? What do you care?" Yang Kai really wanted to say something, but he was afraid of angering this woman, so he could only say, female. As soon as he said this, the feathered duster came down again. The lady boss said with disappointment, "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You go around fooling around. You've only been here for a few days, and you've already spent the night at someone's house." Chapter 39:55. At such a young age? Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, I'm already 100 or 200 years old, but I'm being called young? However, the lady boss had lived longer, so she was qualified to say that. The point is, you can just say it, but what does she mean by hitting me? Yang Kai said angrily, "Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I won't be polite to you." The lady boss stopped and looked at him calmly. She said with a faint smile, "Why won't you be polite?" Yang Kai stammered for a while, but he couldn't say anything. It was mainly because he couldn't beat this woman. Otherwise, he would definitely teach her a lesson. Only this time, no next time. If you dare to stay out all night again, you can try. The lady boss suddenly snorted and put away the feather duster. Seeing this, Yang Kai slowly got up, twisted his body, and said angrily, "You're really ruthless. It hurts so much." The point was that this woman controlled her strength very well. It only made him feel the pain in his heart, but it didn't leave any injuries. If there's a next time, I'll let you see something even more ruthless. The lady boss sneered. "Come with me." Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, but he had to follow her. Not long after, he was led out by the lady boss. They came to the yard and walked to Bai Chi. Lao Bai smiled shyly. "Lady boss, shut up." The lady boss glared at him, and Bai Chi immediately stopped talking. "Stand still." The lady boss looked at Yang Kai again and pointed to Bai Chi's side. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He vaguely understood what the lady boss was going to do. He also understood why Lao Bai didn't sleep at night and squatted in the yard. "Lady boss, is it necessary?" Yang Kai looked at the lady boss from the corner of his eyes. The lady boss laughed and raised her hand. The feather duster appeared in her hand. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and nodded. "Okay, you'll regret it." After that, he came to Lao Bai's side and stood still. "Stop talking nonsense." The lady boss snorted. She reached out and grabbed a round piece of wood out of nowhere and placed it on Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body was instantly pressed down. This piece of wood didn't look like much. It was round and no more than 3 feet, but it weighed at least 50,000 kilograms. No wonder Lao Bai was panting while carrying it. This piece of wood was obviously a rare refining material. The next time you dare to stay out all night, it won't be as simple as standing here. I guarantee that I'll throw you out onto the streets. The lady boss snorted, flicked her sleeves, and walked into the house. Lao Bai nodded and bowed behind her. "Lady boss, rest early." With a bang, the door slammed shut. The lady boss completely ignored him. In the courtyard, a cool breeze blew. The two brothers each carried a log and looked at each other foolishly. "This is too much of a bully," White suddenly said. "Isn't it just 2 nights away? Is there a need to make such a big fuss?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Although the current situation was a little embarrassing, at least no one else knew about it. He could just treat it as training. He originally wanted to collect the 10 million yuan debt and tell the lady boss the good news, but now he didn't want to. Lao Bai chattered on the side and was indignant. Finally, he angered the lady boss. She slapped him across the air, and he fell to the ground. When he stood up again, he was much more obedient. After midnight, most of the customers in the shop had left. The accountant, the cook, and the other servants had nothing to do. They all ran to the backyard to watch. Yang Kai and Lao Bai were almost angered to death. When dawn came, Yang Kai said, "Lady boss, we should go out and collect the debt." "Get lost." The lady boss's voice came from the house. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other. They quickly put the log on the ground and ran out of sight. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai and Lao Bai were much more obedient in the next few days. They came back at night and went out again in the morning to collect the debt. After a few days, most of the people who were supposed to run had run. All that was left was to wait for a month. Luo Hai paid the money, and Yang Kai specially treated her to a meal as a thank you. In fact, Yang Kai wanted to bring Luo Hai into the first inn. The business of the first inn was good now. The shop staff were too busy. It would be less pressure to have one more helper. If Luo Hai could enter the first inn, it would be a good thing for her. Not to mention whether the pay would be higher than if she was a guide. At least she would have something to look forward to in the future. After all, it was the first inn. Even if it was just a servant, they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. However, Yang Kai felt that he did not have any right to speak in the first inn. The lady boss had been picking at him recently. She did not like him no matter where he went. At this time, it would be counterproductive. Yang Kai decided to wait for some time. After he got all the debt back, he would take the opportunity to mention it. It would be best if the lady boss agreed, but he would not lose anything even if she did not. He did not tell Luo Hai about this. It would not be too late to tell her when it was confirmed. He thought that she would not refuse such good intentions. The next few days passed peacefully. During the day, he would run errands in the first inn. At night, when most of the customers had left, he would have time to cultivate. During this time, the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buan, came a few times. After paying a visit to the lady boss, he went straight to Yang Kai. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted to rope him into the Azura field to earn money again. Yang Kai was naturally not interested. Although he had defeated Yu Luo Sha last time, he had also exposed the existence of the Demon Eye of Annihilation. If the people of the 10,000 Devil Realm were to find out, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. Moreover, Yang Kai was not short of money now. He had not spent the 1 million he had last time. What he wanted was not something that could be bought with money. A 7th grade heaven opening talent was not something that could be measured by the heaven opening pill. He was not in a hurry to repay the 16 million he owed the lady boss. Naturally, there was no need for him to go to the Azura field. Time flew by, and the 1-month deadline was up. Yang Kai went out leisurely. Following the route he had taken a month ago, he went door to door to ask for money. It could be said that it went smoothly. Those second-class forces could not afford to provoke the first inn. They sent a message to the headquarters to ask about the situation and confirmed that the destruction of the first inn was indeed caused by their own experts. Most of them readily paid the 10 million debt. After running around for 6 or 7 days, of the 19 shops, 13 had paid. It was not that the remaining 6 did not pay, but 10 million was not a small amount, so they needed some time to prepare. Yang Kai was not an unreasonable person, so he readily agreed. He gave the repayment deadline and agreed to come back when the time was right. A few days later, Yang Kai had just received 10 million from a shop. Walking on the street, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw Bai Qi waving at him from the 2nd floor of a restaurant. This was really a coincidence. Star City was not very big, but it was not small either. Yang Kai had been running around for so many days, but this was the first time he had met Lao Bai. Without saying anything, he went upstairs. He saw Lao Bai sitting at a table by the window, drinking by himself. Yang Kai sat opposite him and asked the waiter to bring them a set of cutlery. The two drank happily. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lao Bai said, "How's the situation on your side?" Yang Kai picked up some food and said casually, "There are still 2 shops left. They have already agreed on the time to get the money. What about you?" Lao Bai smacked his lips and said, "Basically, there is no problem. There is only one shop that is a little difficult." "Which one?" Yang Kai was stunned. Since they were going to ask for money, they must have sent a visit. There was actually someone who dared to not give the money to the first inn? He could not help but be curious. Lao Bai said, "Fengyun Auction House." Yang Kai frowned. Fengyun Blessed Lands property? Although he was very familiar with the forces outside the universe, he at least knew about the 36 Grotto Heavens and 72 Blessed Lands. This Fengyun Auction House was Fengyun Blessed Lands property. Yes. Lao Bai nodded. "What did they say?" Yang Kai asked. Lao Bai snorted. "They have no money. If they want money, ask the lady boss to go there personally." "They said that?" Yang Kai was stunned. It was not that he had not been to the properties under Fengyun Blessed Land. Although those shopkeepers were not fawning over him, they were still very polite. What was wrong with this Fengyun auction house? They did not give him any face at all. Lao Bai was vexed by this matter for a while. He could not tell others, but Yang Kai was in front of him, so he immediately poured out his grievances. What do you think we should do? We can't really ask the lady boss to do it. That would make me look incompetent. But they clearly did not want to pay, and I can't report to the lady boss. Did you talk to them properly? Yang Kai looked at him. Lao Bai said, why not? The first 2 times I went, I could still talk to them. But after that, they did not let me in at all. They are quite bold. Yang Kai sneered. No matter what, he was now a member of the First Inn, so he naturally had a common enemy. Bai Chi looked at Yang Kai, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, Yang Kai, why don't you go there for me? You look unfamiliar, so they will not stop you. Yang Kai frowned. It might not work even if I go. He and Lao Bai were both workers of the First Inn. If Lao Bai could not help, what was the use of him going? We'll see if it works. If it really doesn't work, then we can only go back and report to the lady boss. Seeing that Yang Kai was still hesitating, Bai Chi struck while the iron was hot. Didn't the lady boss say that you can take half of the money to pay off the debt? The Fengyun auction house will be on you. Just give it a try. You won't lose anything anyway. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not refuse anymore. He immediately nodded and said, then let's go and give it a try. Bai Chi was overjoyed and quickly poured wine for him. You're very kind. Here's to you. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 2 brothers went on their way together. The Fengyun auction house was a big shop. It was located in the center of Star City, and its location was excellent. When Bai Chi led Yang Kai to the Fengyun auction house, the 2 of them looked forward in surprise. They saw that the entrance of the Fengyun auction house was crowded with people. The workers of the auction house were enthusiastically welcoming some famous guests into the auction house. There was also a well-dressed elderly man at the door who kept cupping his hands. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned. Bai Chi pondered for a moment and suddenly said, it seems that they have an auction today. Yes, they do have an auction today. No wonder there are so many people. Chapter 3956. An auction? Yang Kai's interest was piqued. He had attended many auctions in the past, but this was his first time encountering one outside of Universe Palace. He didn't know what good things would be auctioned, so he was naturally interested. But then again, auctions were usually a competition of wealth. Although he had 1 million gold coins now, he might not be able to buy anything good. Not to mention he had an important matter to attend to. That is the manager of the Fengyun auction house, Yun Jinhua. Lao Bai pointed at the old man who was standing at the entrance and cupping his hands. Since he was here to collect debts, he must have met the manager before, so he recognized him at a glance. However, the first 2 times he came, Yun Jinhua still showed up, but the second time he came, the old man completely ignored him, which made Bai Chi a little angry. Let's go and meet him. Yang Kai called out and walked towards Yun Jinhua with Lao Bai. At the entrance of the auction house, Yun Jinhua was smiling from ear to ear. Although he was from Fengyun Blessed Land and was arranged to oversee the auction house, many of the people who came to participate in the auction this time were famous figures, and their cultivation and status were not inferior to him. Naturally, he had to stand here and welcome them personally, otherwise, it would seem insincere. Just as he was asking an assistant to bring an old friend into the hall, a voice full of energy suddenly sounded in his ears. The First Inn, Yang Kai, greets manager Yun. Yun Jinhua frowned and looked back, glancing at Yang Kai and Bai Chi, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Why are you here again? Bai Chi cupped his hands and said, please forgive me, Manager Yun. This little one is just following orders. If Manager Yun doesn't cooperate, this little one will not be able to report back. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Manager Yun, can we have a chat inside? Yun Jinhua's face was a little cold. Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to these 2 brats, but today was an important day for the auction house, and it was not good to cause trouble in front of the entrance, so he nodded and said, you 2 go in and wait for me. This old man will come soon. After saying that, he called over an assistant and led Yang Kai and Bai Chi into the auction house. After entering a side hall, the waiter left. Bai Chi and Yang Kai sat across a table from each other. Lao Bai secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai. Did you feel it? Shopkeeper Yun doesn't seem to have any intention of returning the money. Yang Kai frowned and said, did you make things clear to them? Bai Chi said, How could I not make it clear? I said it the first time I came, but he completely ignored me. What can I do? Yang Kai nodded. Indeed, from Yun Jinhua's attitude, he could tell that the Feng Yuan auction house's account wasn't going to be easy. But since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. The two of them waited for more than an hour, but there was no sign of Yun Jinhua. What was worse was that there wasn't even a cup of tea. Yang Kai's face also darkened. Although he and Old White's cultivation weren't high and they weren't famous, they were still the representatives of the first inn. Judging from Yun Jinhua's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't put the first inn in his eyes. Where did this old man come from? Why was he so arrogant? Not to mention anything else, the first Jew to origin that Yang Kai went to collect the debt was also a property of the 9 Stars Blessed Land. The shopkeeper, Gong Sun Hong, had already paid 10 million in debt. In comparison, Yun Jinhua was extremely arrogant. If Yang Kai didn't know his background, he would have thought that the first inn belonged to some blessed land. After another 10 minutes, Yun Jinhua suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Yang Kai and Bai Qi quickly stood up. Without giving the two of them a chance to speak, Yun Jinhua said, "This old man doesn't know the truth of the first inn's destruction, nor do I know whether the experts of the first inn were involved. If you want to ask for compensation, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Today, my Feng Yuan auction house has a very important auction. This old man has something important to do, so please excuse me. See you out." After saying that, he turned around and left, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Just as he finished speaking, 2 men in tight robes pushed the door open and entered, staring coldly at Yang Kai and Bai Qi. These 2 men had powerful auras around them, and world force fluctuated. They were clearly heaven opening realm cultivators. Shopkeeper Yun, Bai Qi shouted and was about to chase after them, but before he reached the door, he was slapped on the shoulder by one of the men, and he was immediately immobilized. Under the pressure of the other party, Bai Qi slowly squatted down and faintly looked like he was about to kneel down. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he immediately threw a punch. The other man came over and gently raised his hand, stopping his fist, and grinned. "You dare to fight in the Feng Yuan auction house? You're courting death." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Try it if you dare. The people of the first inn aren't cowards." He had only come to collect a debt and hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Yang Kai was furious. Bringing out the name of the first inn finally made the two of them fearful. The man who was suppressing Lao Bai slowly let go, saving Lao Bai from the fate of being embarrassed. "Please, the two of you." One of the heaven opening realm cultivators gestured with his hand. Lao Bai rubbed his shoulder and gritted his teeth as he glared at the man who had almost made him kneel down. His eyes were bloodshot as he said fiercely, "Second stage, heaven opening realm, very good. I'll remember this. When I advance to heaven opening realm, the first thing I'll do is make you kneel in front of me and call me father." So much nonsense. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The man sneered, not afraid at all. Heaven opening realm was not so easy to advance. Even if the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements was completely condensed, if one wanted to split open the world in their body, they had to bear a huge risk. If they were careless, their body would explode, and there was no other outcome. Moreover, the higher the grade of heaven opening realm, the greater the risk. As such, for a cultivator, it was not that the better the quality of the energy they condensed, the brighter their future would be. Instead, they had to act according to their ability. If you felt that you could only reach the 4th stage of heaven opening realm, then it was best to condense 4th stage materials. Forcefully condensing 5th or 6th stage materials would not bring you any benefits in the future. The other party's fist was bigger, and they were in his territory. Although Yang Kai and Bai Qi were extremely furious, they could only grit their teeth and accept their fate. Under the escort of the 2 heaven opening realm cultivators, the 2 of them were thrown out from the back door. Standing on the busy street, Bai Qi's anger soared to the heavens. "Let's go back and find the lady boss." Yun Jinhua's attitude was too obvious. This matter was already not something that the 2 of them could resolve, unless the lady boss personally came. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the first inn. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Yang Kai was not following. So he turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to take this lying down?" Kai Yang glanced at him. "I can't bear it, so I'm going to find the lady boss." Previously, he did not want to alarm the lady boss because he did not want to appear too incompetent. However, he had no choice but to do so now. There's no need to find the lady boss. Yang Kai's eyes turned a few times, and he looked up at the Feng Yuan auction house thoughtfully. "What do you think?" Bai Qi walked back. If Yang Kai could find a way to collect the debt without alarming the lady boss, it would naturally be for the best. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Bai Qi leaned over, and Yang Kai whispered in his ear. After a moment, Bai Qi looked at him in disbelief. "Isn't this too vicious? If we really do this, the Feng Yuan auction house's reputation will be ruined." Yang Kai sneered, soft-hearted. "We'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he ignores us, we can't avoid using some underhanded means." Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. "But we don't have the money." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. Yang Kai raised his head and looked around. "Let's not think about other things first. At the very least, we have to find a way to enter this auction house." He had just been thrown out from the back door, and he was afraid that he would not be able to enter at this time. If he could not even enter the main door, then there was no need to think about what would happen next. If he was alone, it would be easy. In the past month, Yang Kai had been refining the 7 faces every night. Now that he was almost done, he could use them. As long as he took out the 7 faces, he would be able to transform into another person's appearance. Naturally, he could enter the venue without anyone noticing. However, it would not be possible to bring Bai Qi along. Just as he was considering whether to act alone, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Not far from the other side of the street, a group of people on horses galloped over. The leader was a big man with a fierce expression. It was the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buwan. Pei Buwan had been living quite comfortably recently. With Yang Kai's help, he had earned 40 million opening heaven pills, paid off his debts, and settled the store's accounts. Headquarters had sent people to check the accounts, but they did not find anything wrong. Instead, they praised him, saying that he was good at business and that he had to work harder in the future to make more contributions to headquarters. Just as he was walking forward, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him. He immediately grinned, "Young boy." Shopkeeper Pei. Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Long time no see. You still look as good as before." Although this hooligan had gone to the first inn to find him and asked him to go to the Azura field to fight again, Yang Kai had refused. After a few times, Pei Buwan did not show up again. Yang Kai did not expect to meet him here today. "Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you." Pei Buwan patted his stomach and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, I have something I need your help with. I wonder if Shopkeeper Pei..." Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish speaking, this guy waved his hand heroically. "What do you need?" "This king will help you if he can." Yang Kai looked around and whispered, "Shopkeeper Pei, please follow me." Pei Buwan showed a suspicious expression. Seeing him sneaking around like he was up to no good, he could not help but be curious. He immediately led a group of people and followed. Walking into a small alley, Pei Buwan ordered his subordinates to guard the entrance. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, "What's the matter? Why are you being so secretive?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Let me ask, is Shopkeeper Pei here to participate in the Feng Yuan auction? If not, then there was no need to say anything. If there was, then he could use this opportunity to sneak in." Chapter 39:57. "That's right. I am here to participate in the auction." Pei Buwan nodded slowly. It was true. Yang Kai was delighted. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, I would like to ask Shopkeeper Pei for a favor." Pei Buwan chuckled and said, "Go ahead." "Shopkeeper Pei, please bring us 2 brothers into the auction house." When Pei Buwan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "This auction house isn't a forbidden area. If you want to enter, then just go in. There are 2 entrances over there. One is for those who have an invitation, those who have a reputation in Star City. The other one is for those who don't have an invitation. As long as you show your wealth, then the auction house will naturally let you in." Didn't you make a lot of money last time? You are fully qualified to enter. Yang Kai had seen this situation before. The auction house did have two entrances for those with invitations and those without. However, this was meaningless to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. If they swaggered in, they would definitely be refused entry. If they followed Pei Buan, they still had some hope of sneaking in. Pei Buan also reacted, his brow furrowing as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Did you get into some kind of trouble? Yang Kai said innocently, us two brothers are honest people. How could we get into trouble? Shopkeeper Pei, you worry too much. He had no credibility at all. Just now, he had promised that he would help if he could, but he did not immediately agree. Pei Buan had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai could only say, how about this, Shopkeeper Pei? Haven't you been asking me to go to the Shura Arena to fight again? If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Shura Arena again. It would have been better if Pei Buan did not mention the Shura Arena. Once it was mentioned, Pei Buan's expression changed slightly. He quickly waved his hand and said, no, no. What was going on? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Didn't this guy look for him a few times and try to persuade him to go to the Shura Arena? Why was he avoiding him like a snake when he took the initiative to mention it today? Yang Kai thought that he had lost miserably at the Azure Arena, but he did not know that the lady boss had warned Pei Buan. This fellow had gone to the inn to look for Yang Kai several times. The lady boss naturally noticed this and found an opportunity to chat with Pei Buan. Only then did she know that he had brought Yang Kai to the Azura field. She was immediately furious and almost broke Pei Buan's arm. She gave him a fierce warning. If she knew that Yang Kai had been brought to the Azura field again, she would immediately flip the 100 Refinements Hall upside down. If that was not the case, why would Pei Buan give up on the path of making money? It was not to the extent that he did not look for Yang Kai recently. Frowning, Pei Buan pointed at the two men who came with him. You two, take off your clothes. Although he didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to sneak into the auction house with him, it definitely wasn't anything good. So, after giving his instructions, he looked at Yang Kai and said, you two can sneak in with me, but once we're inside, we'll part ways. No problem, thank you, Shopkeeper Pei. Yang Kai and Bai Chi looked at each other and grinned. Not long after, the two changed their clothes and blended into the crowd. They followed behind Pei Buan and slowly walked toward the auction house. At the door, there was no trace of Yun Zhenhua. The auction was about to begin, and he was probably busy with other things. This made Yang Kai and Bai Chi feel slightly relieved. If Yun Zhenhua was still here to greet the guests, they would definitely not be able to enter. Now that Yun Zhenhua was not here, there was still some hope of sneaking in. When they came to the door and handed over the invitation, the person in charge of greeting the guests immediately extended his hand to invite them in. Pei Buan took the lead and walked into the auction house with majestic steps. Yang Kai and Bai Chi lowered their heads and blended into the crowd. When they entered the auction house, Yang Kai thanked the person in a low voice and then walked in another direction with Bai Chi. Soon, the two of them arrived at the main hall. Looking around, they could see that the huge hall was packed with people. Rows of chairs were arranged in a trapezoidal shape. The entire auction hall could accommodate at least 300 to 400 people and still have room to spare. On the second floor around the hall, there were also private rooms separated from each other. The chairs in the hall were for individual guests. Those private rooms should be for people like Pei Buan, who had some status and position in Star City. At this moment, more than half of the seats in the hall had been taken. Yang Kai and Bai Chi quietly observed for a while and found that the individual guests who came in were sitting casually. They did not pay attention to anything. Immediately, they found a common seat in the back row and sat down. The guests were still entering the hall. There was still some time before the auction. Bai Chi was a little uneasy. Yang Kai, let's forget it. We are just here to watch the fun. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai squinted at him. Do you really want to invite the lady boss? Bai Chi said, that can't be helped. If we really make trouble here, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. Yang Kai smiled. As long as they have the guts. Bai Chi was still a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, if we follow your plan, there is still a problem. What? What if they want to settle the bill on the spot? Yang Kai frowned. This was indeed a problem. If it was really like this, then his plan would not work. But it might not be so. After thinking for a while, he said, then we will act according to the circumstances. If there is a chance, we will make a big scene. If there is no chance, we will just watch the fun casually. Everything depends on God's will. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, okay, it's settled. But I think it's better for us to sit separately so as not to attract too much attention. He looked around and pointed in a direction. I'll go over there. You sit here. After saying this, he got up and walked over. Yang Kai did not stop him. He looked around and found that most of the people in the hall were from the Emperor realm. There were also some heaven-opening realm cultivators, but those heaven-opening realm cultivators were not high. They were probably low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators with no future. Otherwise, they would not have been squeezed here and would have been welcomed into private rooms by the Feng Yuan auction house. As he was looking around, he suddenly heard someone call out in a low voice, Lord Yang? Yang Kai looked up and could not help but laugh. Luo Hai? Luo Hai seemed to be looking for a seat. When she saw that there was an empty seat beside Yang Kai, she walked over. When she arrived, she found that it was actually someone she knew. Luo Hai was obviously very happy to see someone she knew here. She looked at the seat beside Yang Kai and asked, Is there anyone here? No, sit. Yang Kai smiled. Luo Hai sat down, and a delicate fragrance wafted out, making people feel refreshed. Are you here to buy something? Yang Kai asked. Since she had appeared here, it was very likely that she was here to participate in the auction. Luo Hai nodded and said, I heard that some great Dao pills will appear this time, so I'm here to try my luck. Luo Hai had not condensed her own Dao seal yet, and was in urgent need of great Dao pills. She had also mentioned this to Yang Kai last time. Yang Kai understood and smiled. Do you have enough money? Do you want to borrow some? Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. It should be enough to buy two. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then I wish you good luck. From his previous contact with Luo Hai, he could tell that this woman was very self-reliant and independent. She had even returned the extra reward that he had given her, so she was clearly very principled. Since they were familiar with each other, they chatted and laughed with Luo Hai. After a full hour, the seats in the hall gradually filled up. From this point, the strength of the Feng Yuan auction house could be seen. Even the hall was filled, so it was clear how attractive the auction here was to the people of Star City. The sound of gongs and drums rang out, and the originally brightly lit hall suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a beam of light lit up on the high platform, and as the beam of light moved, a figure walked out from the backstage. The beam of light shone on this person, and she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The person who appeared was a young woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and an extraordinary appearance. She came to the auction stage and introduced herself with a soft voice and a smile. After a boring opening, the auction officially began. The first items to be auctioned were naturally not very good. They were basically items that people of the Emperor realm would use. The VIPs in the private rooms and the heaven-opening realm cultivators in the hall were indifferent, but this caused the people of the Emperor realm to fight over them, and the prices kept rising. Every auction item was carefully selected, so there were almost no unsold items. Yang Kai looked on coldly and realized that his and Lao Bai's previous worries were meaningless. The auction here did not sell the items on the spot. Instead, after the auction was over, the items would be removed, and the bill would be paid after the auction. The Feng Yuan auction house was not afraid of people reneging on their debts. With its reputation here, who would have the guts to do so? This is interesting. Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. His eyes met with Lao Bai's across the crowd. Lao Bai understood, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Obviously, he was ready to go all out. After about half an hour, 7 or 8 auction items were successfully sold, and the auctioneer's voice also became louder. The next item to be auctioned is the spirit pill that friends of the Emperor realm dream of. As soon as this was said, Yang Kai could clearly feel Luo Hai's back straighten. If he guessed correctly, the great Dao pill should be auctioned. Sure enough, 10 slender and plump maids walked out from the backstage. Each of the maids held a tray with a jade bottle on top of it. The auctioneer smiled and said, The Great Tao Pill can help one comprehend their own Tao and condense the Tao Seal. Everyone knows that only by condensing the Tao Seal can one have the chance to achieve the heaven-opening realm. Many friends of the Emperor realm who came today should be here for the Great Tao Pill. Then, I will not waste any more time. She pointed behind her and said, there are a total of 10 sets of Great Tao Pills, and each set has 2 pills. Now, we will auction the first set. The starting price of the second set is the second highest bid of the first set. Now, we will auction the first set. The starting price is 5,000, and each increment must be no less than 500. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai heard Luo Hai, who was beside him, shout, 5,000. It was a pity that the voices in the hall rose and fell one after another. Her voice was directly drowned out, and no one heard her at all. Yang Kai turned to look at her, and Luo Hai immediately blushed. Chapter 39:58. Previously, Luo Hai had also said that one could buy a Great Tao Pill between 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills. Although this price was nothing to Yang Kai, it was not low to anyone in the Emperor realm. It was very likely that it was the entire net worth of those at the bottom. However, even so, the price of this Great Tao Pill with a base price of 5,000 continued to soar. In just 10 breaths of time, it had exceeded 10,000. Luo Hai looked a little anxious. She had bid twice but had not succeeded. The bids in the hall rose and fell. It was clear that this Great Tao Pill was highly sought after by the cultivator in the Emperor realm. The price of the Great Tao Pill continued to rise. Soon, it had exceeded 20,000 and was approaching the 30,000 mark. After a few breaths of time, Luo Hai gritted her teeth and bid 30,000. However, it was surpassed in the next moment. She could not help but look dejected. After that, she did not speak again. It was obvious that she was going to give up. After all, there were a total of 10 sets of Great Tao Pills. There were still other chances. After the price broke through the 30,000 mark, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. It seemed that Luo Hai was right. The price of this Grand Tao Pill was between 10,000 and 20,000. 30,000 for 2 spirit pills was beyond what many Emperor Realm masters could afford. So naturally, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. When the price had risen to 34,000, no one was bidding anymore. The person who had shouted this price was a young man. He was sitting in the row in front of Yang Kai. At this moment, he looked nervous and clenched his fists. He shouted to the stage, "No one is bidding anymore. Drop the hammer." The auctioneer clearly heard him. He smiled and picked up the hammer. He looked around and said with a smile, "The first set of Great Tao Pills is 34,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Yang Kai raised his hand. 40,000. Swish, swish, swish. The nearby cultivator all turned their heads and looked at him in surprise. Especially the young man who had called out the price of 34,000. His eyes were almost spitting fire. This was not surprising. Although the price of an auction in the Emperor realm rose quickly, it did not increase by much. Normally, it would only increase by 51,000. After all, it was not easy for them to save up some heaven-opening pills. Who would be willing to invest so much at once? Yang Kai raised his hand and raised the price by 6,000, something that had never happened before. Luo Hai also looked at Yang Kai with incomparable surprise. She naturally knew that Yang Kai had already condensed a Tao Seal and that the Great Tao Pill was useless to him. She didn't expect that he would participate in the bidding for this Great Tao Pill at this moment. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she couldn't help but blush. Clearly, she had misunderstood something. For the first set of Great Tao Pills, this friend has bid 40,000. Are there any higher bids? The auctioneer asked with a smile. After confirming that no one was bidding, the hammer fell 3 times. The second set of Great Tao Pills, the starting price is 34,000. Please make your bids. The auctioneer gestured with his hand. Previously, it had already been stated that the starting price of the second group of Great Tao Pills was the second highest bid of the first group. The second highest bid of the first group was 34,000, so the starting price of the second group was naturally this price. The auction house would not do business at a loss. 34,000. The young man sitting in the row in front of the Yang Kai clenched his fist and shouted. He was the one who shouted the price just now. Yang Kai calmly raised his hand. 40,000. It was as if the situation was repeating itself, no different from just now. The young man turned his head again and glared at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai did not look at him at all. The young man gritted his teeth and said, 40,000. This price was already the limit he could bear. If it was higher, he would not be able to follow. 50,000. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. You. The young man suddenly turned his head with a ferocious expression, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of meat from Yang Kai's body. Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with unfriendly expressions. Many of them had come for this great Tao pill. Yang Kai had raised the price so high, so they had to suffer a loss. Some people even suspected that Yang Kai was a helper hired by the auction house. However, thinking about it, that was not right. The Fengyun auction house had a reputation, so they would not do such a despicable thing. There were very few bids for the second set of great Tao pills. Only Yang Kai and the young man shouted twice before the deal was closed. Next was the third set. Without waiting for the auctioneer to finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, 50,000. The young man in the front row could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, What are you buying so many great Tao pills for? If you don't have enough aptitude, it's useless no matter how many you buy. Generally speaking, if a martial artist's luck was good, a single great Tao pill would allow them to successfully condense a Tao seal. Most of them would use 2 pills. If they didn't have confidence in themselves, 3 or 4 pills would be enough. Any more, and it wouldn't have a better effect. Yang Kai had already bid for 2 sets. Logically speaking, it should be enough. There was no need for him to participate in the bidding for the third set. I have too much money to burn. It's none of your business. Yang Kai sneered. The young man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He only felt that this guy was so repulsive. If it were not for the fact that fighting was not allowed here, he would have taught him how to behave. 50,000. At this moment, another bid was heard. Clearly, someone could not help but participate in the bidding. The previous 2 sets were swept into Yang Kai's pocket. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to buy more. There were only 10 sets in total. If all of them were bought by Yang Kai, what would they buy? Therefore, although the price was a little high, for their own future, they could only grit their teeth and bid. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Kai calmly followed. 60,000. Hiss. There was a series of gasps. Many people in the Emperor realm thought that this guy was crazy. 60,000 to buy 2 great Tao pills. How many years had it been since they had seen such a price? In room A6, the corner of Pei Buen's mouth twitched as he stared below. He clicked his tongue. I knew this guy was up to no good. Sure enough. Previously, he had vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have gotten into some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed his power to sneak into the auction house. Now, it seemed that this guy was stirring up trouble and bidding maliciously. However, what was the point of bidding maliciously? In the end, the items would still fall into his hands. On the other side, Luo Hai was also a little dumbfounded. She originally thought that Yang Kai participated in the bidding to give the great Tao pills to her, but now it seemed that it was not what she thought. Otherwise, why would he bid for 3 sets in a row? She could only vaguely guess that Yang Kai must have some relatives or friends who needed the great Tao pills. Moreover, he needed a lot of them. Thinking that she was thinking too much, she could not help but blush. The third set of great Tao pills was quickly sold at the price of 60,000. When it came to the fourth set, the auctioneer did not look elsewhere. She only stared at Yang Kai as she spoke. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the young man in the front row immediately received the bid. 60,000. The young man did not look elsewhere. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Kai as he bid. He looked like he was going to fight with him. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and did not say anything for a long time. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down the young man's forehead. 40,000 was the bottom line he could bear. He had only bid this time because he was angry and wanted to disgust Yang Kai. Yang Kai transmitted his voice. What do you think will happen to you if I don't bid? The young man could not help but gulp. His face was slightly pale. He could not afford the price of 60,000. If he really lost it, he would definitely go bankrupt. At that time, he might even have to pawn off a life-saving secret treasure in his hands. Their eyes met, and the young man could not help but reveal a pleading expression. 60,000 going once, 60,000 going twice. The auctioneer's voice was like a life-threatening curse, causing the young man's face to turn even paler. 70,000. Yang Kai smiled softly and raised his hand to call out. As soon as this price was called, the young man immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He almost collapsed in his chair, feeling a sense of relief for no reason. The bidding for the fifth set of Great Dao pills started, and someone immediately bid 70,000. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this voice. It was Lao Bai who was bidding. This guy probably felt that it was a little too much for him to monopolize so many Great Dao pills. It would attract too much hatred, so he wanted to help him share some of the pressure. Yang Kai did not mind. Since Lao Bai had bid, he did not say anything else. The bidding for the next few sets of Great Dao pills was completely exclusive to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. No one in the cultivator in the hall made another bid. Usually, the two of them would call out the price and make the final call. The bidding for the 10 sets of Great Dao pills was completed very quickly. Yang Kai was the first to bid. He obtained 6 sets, while Lao Bai obtained 4 sets. The stonemason standing on the stage was grinning from ear to ear. After all, it was a little unbelievable that 2 Great Dao pills could be auctioned for 70,000. Generally speaking, 30,000 was more than enough. Although the Fengyun auction house had a large business, they were also happy to see such an intense competitive atmosphere, because in this way, it could arouse the enthusiasm of the following bidding. As expected, the price of the auction item after the Great Dao pills also rose all the way. This auction item was a secret treasure, and it was a rare defensive secret treasure. It could even withstand a full force attack from a low-grade splitter. It was definitely a good item to protect one's life. This time, not only did many people from the Emperor realm participate in the bidding, but even some low-grade splitter geniuses participated in the bidding. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had a calm expression. He waited until it was about time to participate. After a few rounds of competition, he defeated his opponent and obtained this treasure at a price far higher than the normal price. At this time, many people looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Previously, when they saw Yang Kai repeatedly bid for the Great Dao pills, they thought that this guy was stupid and had a lot of money. Now, it seemed that whether he was stupid or not, he really had a lot of money. However, this was far from the limit. After an hour, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became extremely strange. Even the smile on the auctioneer's face had disappeared, and his brows were tightly furrowed. This was because the dozen or so auction items that appeared in this hour were all won by Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Every auction item had an absolute advantage in terms of price, which the Emperor realm had such a huge amount of financial resources. After a rough calculation, the items that these two people bought each exceeded 1 million. What was the concept of 1 million splitter pills? An ordinary splitter realm cultivator couldn't take out that much. Where did the Emperor realm get so much money? The young man in the front row had almost been tricked by Yang Kai. At this moment, he looked back at Yang Kai from time to time, looking suspicious. Although Luo Hai didn't know why Yang Kai was bidding so crazily, she wasn't too worried. She knew that Yang Kai had 1 million splitter pills. That was the reward that Pei Buin gave Yang Kai last time. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.